Um, I don't know. Welcome to the September event of Launch Weekend. And for people who don't know, Launch Weekend is just a monthly hackathon where you build something, you take an idea and you build something and you release it in public in the next 48 hours. And it starts every last weekend of the month. So today is 10 a.m. Japan time, Saturday morning. It starts on Saturday morning for Japan time, and it goes all the way up to Monday morning for me, but for you it will be slightly different, so you can check it out on this website. Now, the purpose of doing this kind of exercise is to force people to release something in public, right? People often get in this loop of learning all the time using tutorials or whatever, but they never actually make stuff. And that's why I started this, so that people will be forced in this situation where you have to build something, right? And yeah, and because it's new and we don't have a big community yet, so there are not that many people doing it. So I'm trying to be an example and doing it, right? So this time I will get started and try to build something from scratch, and it's gonna be fun and life will be good, people. Let's close everything, right? Okay, so let me kind of clean up my to-dos, and then I can show you what I want to build. Whatever. And let me just make these things so I'm just trying to clean up my to-dos so that I can actually show it to you. Just give me a moment. Okay, I think it's fine now. Maybe I can share it. So, what I want to build this time is this kind of notes-taking application. And the thing is, it doesn't look very pretty now, but it used to be quite nice. There's kind of bug here. Just a sec. Okay. Yeah. So, as I was saying, for this month's hackathon, I want to build a note-taking app that is kind of similar to what I'm using right now. And the reasoning behind this is that let me first give you like what I dislike. I have used almost every note-taking app that is available, right? Evernote, OneNote, all kinds of simple note, that note, this note. But what I don't like about these applications is that these things are built for beauty more than functionality. And sometimes I find it very difficult to kind of use it in a productivity kind of way. So if you look at this kind of UI, it's very good for organizing. So if you have a lot of notes, you want to organize things in like a book kind of situation, it's very good, right? But it's not very good for me for the kind of things that I do, as in I want to look at multiple to-dos, and I want to look at and compare different notes at the same time, which you can't do from these kind of applications, right? You can only view one note like that, and maybe you can like double click and open it in a separate window, but it feels very clunky, right? And the reason for this is because this is designed to be like a organized one view application where you click on a thing and then you see that data. You click and it's very consistent, it's nice. But the way I like to work is that it doesn't look nice now, but what I used to do is that I want to have an application where I can see all the notes in vertical layout, and that allows me to look at what I'm doing right now and what I'm gonna do next, and so on, right? And then I can just scroll between them and easily copy and paste the tasks from one field to other. So it's like Trello, but for notes, right? And I built this application in Electron about 2 or 3 years ago. And since then, I have never used anything else because I built this for myself, right? Just the way I like to work. And that helped me so much that I kind of quit using any other note-taking application. So I like this kind of design, but I never actually released it. And also when I made it, I used very crappy all the stuff like Electron, very old version of Electron and stuff. So I want to change all that, right? I want to create a new improved version of this and release it in public. Who knows, maybe make it monetized and stuff. And the way this note-taking app works is that you instead of having this kind of vertical Evernote kind of design where you have a list of things, you instead have these horizontally scrolling list, right? And you can put as many lists as you want in a single place. And we also have these things called I call them boards, but these are more like workspace or something. So you can have multiple so you can have these multiple boards basically, and then when you click between them you get different notes, right? So this way you can organize your notes. So I have this to-do board where I keep all my to-dos, and this is actually a scrolling kind of thing where you can scroll between. Hey Z49, just explaining what we are planning to do today. How are you? Are you also making something? So yeah, you can basically scroll between them. There's some bug which means I'm not able to scroll right now, but you can imagine that you can scroll horizontally between them, right? And also these boards allow me to kind of switch between them. So I have a board called list, right? And there I put all my kind of list of things. Why? What happened? I thought you already built that cool language thing. Yeah. Anyways, what I was mentioning now is that for this month's launch weekend, I want to build a note-taking application, something that I have been using for quite long, and I like the workflow. And so basically, we will make a new version, a much more improved, awesome version of Notes app, which will look something like this. And the thing is that this I call it Super Notes, and I built it like 2 or 3 years ago. And I liked this kind of workflow because it gives me view of all the notes in a single place. So I can have, let's say today, right, a to-do list, and then I have a current, means my active projects, and then we have a backlog of items. And what I can do is basically scroll between them and just copy and paste things that I'm doing today. And this is very good for me because I can get a high level idea of what projects I have and what I'm doing today. And then when I just want to work on today, I just maximize this, or maybe I can, even minimize this like that, and then it works. What I dislike about things like Evernote is that it's very beautiful, but it's not functional for me because I only get to see one single page, and every time I have to go to different note, I have to click others, and then I lose context, right? So I want to build this. And also we have this concept of boards. So this thing is like Trello board, right? You have many lists, and then inside this you can simply write whatever you want, right? And here also you can write, right? And then we also have these different boards where you can put different stuff, right? So I have like a recipe board, and I have journal board where I can journal stuff. And so it's exactly like a to-do app, but it's also a lot more flexible in terms of how many items you can view. And you can even change like grid and stuff. So like you can have, okay, so this is like my list page where I have what things I want to buy, books to read, games to play, and items, movies to watch. Sorry. Yeah, so it gives me a good like efficiency, a utilization of space, I would say, because I don't want to have like a to buy item here, and it's very inefficient, and I find this a lot more easier for me, right? I can have an idea page where you basically have like two lists, so game ideas that I want to make, or general app ideas I want to make, right? References, maybe links and stuff. I can put anything I want. So I want to build this, and I built this old one about 2 or 3 years ago in Electron. It's fine, but there are many hacky things that happen in this application, so no one can use it right now. Only I can. And I'm using like Google Drive to sync it between my computers, which is very bad. So I want to build like a more polished version of this and release it in public. So we will do that. And I think I have about 1 hour and 23, 1 day and 23 hours left. So let's just get started on this thing. Right. And yeah, I really enjoyed using this thing. You can see that I can even press shift and kind of quickly switch between them. It was nice. And I can, just copy and put stuff here. That was fine. Command Z works. And also you can bold stuff, like bold it or italicize it, or I think underline also. No, underline doesn't work. Okay. And we also have this to do concept where you can like say Command D to do and undo stuff. It's a really simple one, but I like the simplicity, right? I don't want to have too many UI items there. So yeah, that's the plan. We will make something really awesome. And even though not everyone will agree with this kind of note-taking idea, but I think there might be some people who like to work in this way. Yeah. So, I mean, if you have any opinions and stuff, you can tell me. Yeah, that's it. So let's build it. And I need to, let me bring my iPad. So what I want to do is I would like to kind of design a few things. Okay. Let me open Flector. Okay. Okay, so this is our crappy notes taking thing, and let's change okay, I think that's fine. So the goal here is to make this note-taking app, and let me just rename this thing. Let's call this Notes app, and the name, I don't have it right now, but I used to call it Super Notes, but maybe I don't know what to call it. We can change something. I don't know. Something, I don't know. The name is pending, right? That's fine. But the idea is that we will have kind of this kind of app, and here we will have like a workspace where you will have different boards, right? So this could be like to do. This could be my lists, right? Grocery and stuff. And this could be my ideas and all of them, right? So there could be many of them, and you can even create more if you want, right? And along with this, we inside each of these, so let's say you're basically active, this one is active, and then what can happen is that you can have multiple list items here. So let's say you have this list. So what I'm trying to build is basically Trello meets Evernote kind of thing, right? And of course you can scroll between them, so there's like a scroll bar here, right? Something like that, so you can scroll, but these are like customizable things. So let's say you have today, right? And you can even maximize them if you like. And let's say next items, you can maximize stuff, and backlog. So I like to keep my projects like that. So we have today, next, and backlog. And then you can have like to do, notes, whatever you want, right? And this is all customizable, so you can like change stuff, right? Yeah, so that's what we want to do. And people can basically switch between them. So you can click on these to switch, and you can also change the content, of course, and you can also reorganize it. So let's say you can drag this one to here or this one to there. You can do that, and you can even maybe add like new items here, right? So let's say there's a plus button or something, so you can create like a new note, right? And also what the most important thing, I would like to have some kind of sync. So basically you can log in and then you can access all your notes. Yeah, that's the idea. And if I don't know if that makes sense. If you have any questions and stuff, please let me know. Okay, what else? Now, first, I like to think about the problems first, the things that we want to solve, and then based on that, let's try to figure out what technology we have to use. We might not even have to use Electron, to be honest. Like, I can just build it as a web app. People can just use it in their browser, but there are clearly some benefits of using a desktop application. So, who knows? First is sync. Sync is very important for me. That means I want to have a note which can be synced across my phone, my laptop, my PC, and everything, basically, right? I want it to be able to use everywhere, and anytime I make changes somewhere, it should sync everywhere. That's one problem. Second thing is the UI layout, which I have already explained why I like this kind of layout. So that's already fixed, right? We are going to build something like this. Yeah, and not something like Evernote, as I explained before. Whoa, why is it always on top? Yeah, so I don't like this kind of UI layout for notes, and that's why I'm building this one. So as I explained before, these two things. And also, because we are syncing stuff, I can't make it completely free, because we have to run servers and stuff. So maybe paid version, we can make it paid, and I don't know, $5 or whatever, right? It's kind of up in the air right now. So these are the problem, right? I want to make a paid. I can't make it free because syncing to multiple computers is expensive. So we have to use that. And then what that also means that I need to think about pricing and stuff, and also how I do the subscription and stuff, and also where I want to use it. I want to use it on my PC, on my laptop, as a desktop app, right? Plus I want to use it in the web, so maybe a web UI, plus apps for mobile, iOS and Android, right? So these are kind of the channels that I want to use. And is there any other thing? So for the UI layout thing, I think it's not, this is not a big complicated part. It's just, hey, sorry, I'm back, no problem. Just designing, just thinking about the problem and what we are trying to solve. And you know what? We should have the overlay, I think, right? For the browser timer. And let me put this one there. I think you can see that. Where can I put it? I want to make it like, how about just showing the timer? Oh, what the hell? What the hell did I do? Okay, something like that, and I can just put it there. Got it. Right. So people know exactly what I'm doing right now. Okay. Yeah. So as I was saying, the kind of problems that I want to solve is that the sync, there should be a note-taking app that syncs everywhere. And the UI, I have already explained why I want to I like the UI of Trello. So this is the launch weekend thing. So I'm building a new project for the hackathon. Yeah. So yeah, Trello. What I'm building is like a Trello meets Evernote, right? So yeah, and I want it to be able, we can use it on any device we want. So a desktop app for Mac and PCs, and a web app for anyone in the browser, and also mobile apps. Mobile apps will be a lot simpler, but it's more like, just use it. Yeah, okay. So looking at these problems, I think now we have to come up with the technology, like what kind of things that we should use to build it. And I think let's think about the tech. So because I want to use it on desktop, probably I'll have Electron.js, and maybe a browser version. So what in terms of browser, not exactly sure what to use. We could use Next, but someone was mentioning we should use Vue. So, who knows? We might try Vue this time. And also for Android and stuff, that's more like day 2. I don't want to do mobile apps right now. I don't think I'll be able to finish mobile apps in this 2 days. So let's keep them for the future work. For now, we will not have like this. This is more like day 2, right? A milestone 2 kind of thing, right? And what else? How about the UI? For UI, we can use Vue just for fun. And also for the backend, this is the most important thing, syncing. So for the sync, I was thinking of using this thing called CouchDB, because I have seen some documentation and stuff. CouchDB is pretty good and easy to use, and it's actually, the best thing about this is that it's a auto sync kind of database. So you can create a CouchDB for every user, and then you can sync all the data all the time. And I kind of like that idea. And also we have PouchDB, which is like a JavaScript database that sits on top of CouchDB. So that means I can easily just use this. So I was thinking of doing that. So syncDB will probably be PouchDB plus CouchDB. So for people who don't know, PouchDB is like a local database. You run it in your browser. CouchDB is like a server. So I can maybe like get some AWS server or something, and then run CouchDB there, and then let users sync their stuff to my database. And that's what costs money, right? So that's why I can't make it completely free. So what I can do is make a free version, which is only in the user's browser. And when you want to sync it to multiple devices, then we will make it paid, right? We can do that. Anything else? We will, of course, need a landing page. So to let people know. So the landing page will basically just show like, oh, Supernode, yay, whatever, right? And then it will show like a photo, whatever, like kind of like that. And then it will say use now or something. And then this will take you to the app, the web app. And we will also have like downloads and stuff on this page. So that's one thing. Okay, I think I think we're good with planning. Yeah. And billing. I think the billing is also very important. We have to. Billing will probably be Stripe because I like Stripe. But I think billing is going to be kind of difficult to do. So I'm thinking of doing it as a milestone too. I don't think I'll be able to finish billing. You know, from experience, I can tell that billing is one of the most difficult, painful thing to implement. So I want to do it as early as possible, but it will still take more than 2 days, I think. So we can't fully finish it. Let's see what happens. So let's kind of plan out what we have to do. The first thing is let's kind of start with a simple Electron app, right? Electron.js app, and plus try to use some PouchDB, right? And maybe plus use some rich text editor, rich text, so that editor, so that we can create like a, and maybe Vue, you know, why not Vue.js. So this will be like a milestone one. Milestone one, right? And then once we have this much, we will put it somewhere. And for the name and stuff, I don't really know. So that's why we have to buy the domain. Buy the domain, which we don't have it yet. But at least for the first milestone, let's try to make an Electron app using Pouch database, plus a rich text editor, plus a Vue.js and Electron. Once we do these kind of 4 things, we will have at least something to use. And then we can think of syncing it somewhere. And then, okay, yeah. So milestone 2 would be something like connecting to accounts. So like user auth, right? And then plus Couch database. So then we can maybe create like a AWS server or something and try to host the application there. Yeah. And then maybe milestone 3 will probably be like a billing, right? And then milestone 4 will probably be other stuff. I don't know. We don't think so much into the future. Okay. I think we are done with the planning, and let's kind of take a screenshot of this thing. Let's take a screenshot right here. Okay. Save this. Save it on the desktop. Okay, nice. Well, I think we are ready for some fun. Okay, so we have this, we have done all our planning and stuff, you know. And we know what we are building. We're building something like that. And we also have the problems, what we should solve first. The tech is kind of decided. Mobile apps we're not doing right now. We also have to make a landing page. So let's not forget let's not forget this, right? We had to buy a domain, set up a website so that people can use it. And also let's go back to launch weekend, because, you know, we are making what do I call it? Super notes, note-taking app. I'm building a minimal notes-taking app. It will be like Trello meets Evernote, giving you a grid-like UI to visualize multiple notes at the same time. And project is not live. I'm streaming, yes. Wait. Wait a minute. Okay. So I made this. I'm gonna upvote myself. Yay. Come on. Don't crash on me. Okay. So I'm building this, which is great. And okay. So it's been a really long time since I used Electron and stuff, so I think it will be a good time to think about how to use that. This part, right? You know what? I think Electron.js is not that important. What's important is these three parts, because eventually we want this app to run in a browser as well, right? So we should try to build an app that is It's difficult to think about this. I mean, should I start with the desktop app with the Electron and stuff, or should I build like a web app first? That's the question. I think web app would be a lot less user friendly. I think we should do Electron.js just for fun. It's a lot fun to do a desktop app because we have more control over the UI. So yeah, I guess we are doing that one. So Electron.js and Vue get started. Okay. Electron.js Vue tutorial. I hope I'm not completely wrong. Is Vue 3 already released? I'm feeling very uncomfortable using Vue right now. Anyways, let's start a new project. Do I have super notes? Yeah. Let's make a new folder called Electron.js Vue 3 tutorial. No, I don't want to log in. npm install Vue CLI. I think let's do that first. And then I think just Electron Builder would be fine. I see. Okay, so that's fine. Let's create what the hell. So Vue, you know what? Notes. Let's just call this notes. mkdir notes, and then we can say Vue create that. Yes. Vue 3 is preview. You know what? Let's stick to Vue 2. I don't want to rock the boat too much. Yarn. Wait a minute. Is Vue 3 already released? Vue 3 core has officially been released. Quick start. Yeah, Vue version. Oh, it's a Vue CLI. I see. How about this? Vue upgrade. Next. Let's go nuts. No? Yeah, I guess I'll have to. I'm just going weird right now. This is all like yarn, right? So let's remove that. I don't know why I'm doing this, but sure. Okay, let's do it again. View create notes. Default, let's do this one. Let's go crazy. Okay, it should be fine. This I have done. This not necessary. Set. This is also not necessary. And then if I just do notes yarn serve, that should open up a localhost 8000, I guess. Oh, it's 8080. No. Why is it v2? Yeah, okay, this works. And stop that, and then we can say view add. What do we have to add? Electron builder. Wait a minute. View add electron builder. Okay. Okay. You're a madman. Yes, I'm a madman. What's up? I started doing the hackathon today, and we are making a notes-taking app. Just installing. This time, you know, we thought we might just use Vue and stuff. Yeah. So the goal is to make, I was using this kind of app. It's a notes-taking app, simple one. But the idea is that instead of having one note all the time, you have multiple notes like a Trello list, and then you can visualize all of them and maybe scroll them easily. So yeah, we are trying to build something like this, but this will be like working for every user, and people can just create their own boards and stuff like that. And yeah, so the goal is to use maybe Electron.js and Vue and PouchDB and CouchDB to kind of sync it between multiple devices. So yeah, it's probably the first time I'm using Vue with Electron, and also I'm using Vue 3 and Electron 9. So how to log in where? You mean in this app? I have not thought about it yet. I think maybe I will. So yeah, that's what I was thinking of, having some kind of like a login thing. I don't really know, to be honest, like how apps do login, but I'm thinking of having like a button here, which will just redirect you to a browser, and then you can log in with your Google account and stuff, and then it will redirect you back to the app, and then we can store the authentication stuff. It should not be that big of a deal, but I would say maybe I'll decide that tomorrow. As a first milestone, Like I'm thinking of just having the Electron.js app set up with Vue and PouchDB and maybe some kind of rich text editor so that we can have this kind of, bold and italics and stuff. So once I'm done with that, maybe tomorrow I'll try to do some authentication. Yeah. Okay, so I think that's fine. Let's do yarn dev. Let's call this yarn electron serve. That should be fine. And if I do yarn dev, I hope it will open up a Electron window for me. Cool, nice. So we have something here and looks to be working. And what if I go and change? No. What if I go to app.vue and change something? So, voila. Okay, so the hot reloading is also working, which is awesome. I really like the Vue plugin system. So you can install any plugin you want and it just does all the work. It's kind of nice. And seems to be fine. And I hope Electron is not a total memory hog and stuff. Yeah, I mean, it looks pretty good. And next thing I'd like is Tailwind, because I'm a big fan of Tailwind and I don't do any project without Tailwind now. Vue 3 tutorial. Setting up Tailwind. Yes, give me that. Oh, really? Okay. Is it the TypeScript issue or is it like a React issue? Because I remember I've used React in the past with Electron and the hot reloading was working. So it's probably maybe your Webpack TypeScript configuration, I guess. Git clone. Okay. I think. Let's see what we have. Do I have any Babel background.js? Oh, that's the background. Okay, I see. Public index. I'm just thinking. Since Vue 3 is still let's go to Tailwind documentation. I think maybe Tailwind installation. Yarn add Tailwind. And we add the styling. I believe if I just I need some tutorial. Vue 3 Tailwind. Install Tailwind, Tailwind init, post CSS, source asset CSS style. Okay, I think I can do that. That's not that big of a deal. So if I am in my main.js, I can just do that. And I believe I have to import asset CSS. And then we need this in the assets CSS styles.css paste. And then we need this in the post css.config.js. Paste that, and then we need, okay, so let's do that. And that. Okay, so if that worked, we have this minimal thing. Future, yes, yes, do everything. And if I did everything right, okay, yeah, I also have to do the yarn add tailwind CSS to do that. Okay, and then let's just reload yarn dev, which should, if I did this right, I should have tailwind. Dependency was not found. I guess you can't. I guess I can't do that. Okay. It's not found, really? Oh no. Assets, CSS. Okay. And we have something. Okay, and I think it's working because if I go to my, let's go to app.view and change stuff. So let's remove all this nonsense and let's go to hello world. Whoa, that's weird. Let's remove all the styling from that, right? And let's make this message class text white, text 4XL, 3XL, let's say. Yes, it's working. You know, I didn't realize adding tailwind would be so easy. And let's just make everything text white. Yep, and the hot reloading is working, so I'm kind of to a good start. So we have Vue.js and Electron.js set up. This is a good time to commit. And let's remove the junk stuff. So I don't need the hello world. Let's just say div, and we can say app here. I don't need that. I don't need that. Okay. And I don't need logo. And to be honest, I don't even need this. Let's just move this to source styles.css. Because we are using Tailwind, we don't need to have that many nested items. App.view, no, sorry, main.view. Go to main.view and we just say styles.css. Cool. And background.js. This is probably where we do that. So this is the file that creates the window, and keep a global reference for the window object. If you don't, window will be closed automatically. Yeah, that's fine. Schema must be registered before app is ready. Okay. Create the browser window, yes. Width, let's double it. Plugin option, load the URL of the dev server, which is fine. Load the index.html, which is fine too. Yes, I've done this before. On Mac, it's common to recreate a window. Sure. This method will be called when Electron has finished. Okay. Okay. Exit cleanly, yes, sure. I think this looks fine, and This is also great. Why is this? Oh yeah, so we have this app thing. And I believe just this much is enough. And main file, let's call this electron.js, because I don't know why it's called background.js. Electron.js. And let's try to yarn dev again. README, I don't need README. And what else? Favicon. Let's change some names and stuff. Okay. Failed file. Dependency was not found. What? Background.js. Really? Do I have to call it? Why do I have to call it that? I hope I don't have to call that. Gotta go. Good luck. Okay. Have fun. I hope next time you come back, we will have some nice things. Background.js. See ya. Background.js. Oh yeah. So, which is good. And okay, that looks fine. And let's try to add, I think PouchDB would be first choice, you know. Let's try to add PouchDB first. And let's close most of the stuff that we have done. And you can, you know what? I think you can even do that. Yeah, and it still works, right? So I can use it in the browser and I can use it there. Yeah, let's do PouchDB. So, guides. Okay, I think I can just do that. Fine. Let's do that. Yarn add PouchDB. Cool. Then we can go to app.main.js maybe, or app.view, and we can import PouchDB from PouchDB, and then let's just print that. Let's see what happens. Where did it go? Do I have a print? Yes, we do. Okay. How do I use it? Working with database. To create a local database, you can simply call this thing. Sure. Let's call this PouchDB and let's print the DB. And if it's a remote database, Okay, so I can print db, and I can also do db.info.then item console log item, and if there's an error, I'll catch error. Let's see what we get. Yeah, we do. We made some kittens, and we have the data item and stuff, you know. PouchDB is done. I was thinking I'll have to do some kung fu or something to integrate this, but it seems like okay. Well, great. And we can, you know, let's refactor db to lib or file, etc. Let's do that later, right? And I'm pretty sure this also works for here. So if I console this, yes, we get that. Great. This is okay. And next, let's look at like a rich text editor, because when you're building a note-taking app, view rich text editor. You know, this seems promising. How about this one? Rich text editor for web, blah, 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 blah. Blah, blah, blah. No, I don't want to use this. I don't want to log in. WYSIWYG editor. Trumbo something. I don't know. View editor. Online demo. TipTap. Okay. Lightweight WYSIWYG editor. Quill. Fruala. TinyMCE. Hello there, whatever. Can you bold it? Yes, you can. Fine. Bold that thing. Looks good. Although I don't need that many features. What about this one? Display none. Okay. You know, we can do this. Oh, you even have code. I like this. I like that. You know, it's super simple. Index.view. And yeah, okay, so you have editor menu bar, which can take stuff. And if it's active, then you would do some stuff with it. That is actually pretty nice. Editor content. I like this. I really like this. And how about other stuff like menu bubble? Okay. Yeah, I like that one too. Let's show the code. Editor bubble. Okay. I see what they did there. And floating menu. Okay. Links. Images, hiding menu bar, to-do list. Wow, That is good. I like it. I like it so much. Search and replace. Suggestions. Wow. Markdown shortcut. Code highlighting. Nice. History. Read only. Embeds. Okay, you can embed stuff. Placeholder. Focus. Noise. Collaborative editing. Wow. Really? Okay. This library is better than I expected. Give me a name. Trailing paragraph. Drag handle. Okay. You're able to export. Okay. I like this. You can even do that. You know what? This is pretty impressive. Like, I really like the way they have done this. Extensions. How do you do extension and stuff? New heading. Okay. Me likey. I like this. You know? What's this? Nah. What's that one? Nah. I think I've already made up my mind. We are going with this one, people. This editor is based on Prose Mirror. What's Prose Mirror? Cool. Nice. Let's just use that because it's based on installation yarn at TipTap. Let's do that. Okay, and yarn add TipTap extensions. Is that the right one? Okay. And then you can create the working editor with little code. Okay, so I copied this whole thing and I can put that somewhere in the components, let's say. Let's make our first one, editor without view. Paste. And then import editor from components, editor, and editor. And then let's put the editor there. There before destroy is deprecated, before unmount instead. Okay. Before unmount. No tap? Yes, no tap. What did I do? Create element is not a function. Create yeah, I think maybe you didn't see the intro, but what we are trying to build is this kind of note-taking app. I have been using it for many years, and I like the idea that it's like Trello plus Evernote, right? You have multiple notes in the same window, and then you can cross-reference between them. it gives me a good high-level idea of what I'm building right now. And also you can have these boards at the top level. So I'm trying to build this kind of layout which will sync between many devices. Yeah. And why the hell is this thing create element? Okay. Wait, editor content. Editor is editor. So the idea is that we are trying to make, so this thing will work on PC, laptop, and as a desktop app, that's why we are using Electron, and it will also work in a web, in a browser, and also on mobile apps. So for now, I'm trying to build the desktop app first. So I'm using Electron.js, plus we are using PouchDB for the database, and Vue.js for the UI, and some rich text editor and UI. Eventually, we will try to refactor it into a web component only so that we can just run it in a browser. Index.js. Wait, how do I use it? This is not working. Any teammates streaming? No, I don't have any teammates at this point. But I'm the only one for now working on this thing. What I don't understand is, what the hell is that? Why do we get this error? I didn't do anything wrong. Create element is not a function. View 3. I see. I have a feeling I'll have to downgrade view. Why? Tip tap. Editor content. App.view. So I imported that. Is it because that? Maybe it's this one. Render component root, component effect. Before destroy has been renamed to before unmount. I have a feeling that I can't use view 3 because, okay, downgrade view 3 to 2. Oh boy, let's try to do it manually. See, that's why you should never use the latest thing. Kind of painful. Let's No. Now this is kind of pissing me off. I have to do all of the shit again because... Oh crap. You know what? It's not that bad. Let's try to rename this project to old and do it again. Let's do it notes old. Yes. No. Close that. Try again. Okay. And open this again. Notes old. View create notes. Okay, and then we can say add that one first. Wait, what? Where's the sound coming from? What? Yarn electron serve. Cannot find view CLI shared utils electron builder. I'm having a bad feeling about using all this view nonsense now. You know what? Let's try to do that. Yarn add view CLI shared utils. Okay. Yes. And add Tailwind CSS, tip tap, add that. Oh, PouchDB, yes, I need PouchDB. And then let's go and copy the other stuff from there. So I'm gonna copy that and that. Copy, go to notes, paste, and what else? Source, styles, and paste that thing here. We can remove this asset folder completely. And components, editor, yank that, notes, yarn. Oh my god, no. Uh-oh. I accidentally installed it in my older repository. What the hell? Okay, anyways, nothing is lost. Let's continue. Right, and you install PouchDB because PouchDB is the best. Keep going. Okay, and then let's go and make, so app.view is fine. Let's go to main.js first. Import the styles.css, right? And this is fine. What else? 800. Let's change this to 1600. Okay. And app.view doesn't need all that crap. Let's do that. Editor, do that. Let's change that to editor from editor.view. Editor, you don't need that. Things will break. Editor.view. And let's open nodes old source components editor. Copy all of that. Put that thing there. And I think we are golden at this point. Just do, oh, of course, package.json. Let's copy that to dev. And we can say yarn electron serve. I like to have dev everywhere so that I can just yarn dev. Please don't crash. Please don't crash. Of course it crashed. What? Oh, because, okay, sure. Yep, it works. This is just, hey, look at that. We have some text. Awesome. And we can probably bold it. No, okay, nothing. Fine. But we have the thing running, which is pretty good. And if you look at our kind of milestone thing, we have finished. We added Electron.js. We added Pouch database. So if you look at this value, oh really? I think we didn't do PouchDB. Let's do PouchDB. So we can say PouchDB from PouchDB, and then we can say constdb equals new PouchDB kittens, right? And then we can say db.info.then item. So, and then you can see that we have this, right? Very easy to use Pouch database. Okay, that's good point, right? I have been working for about 1 hour and we have finished kind of milestone 1. And we had to downgrade from view 3 to view 2 because the editor that I'm using is probably not supporting. This thing is not supporting that. Okay. Before destroy. Okay, sure. So yeah, this is like a poor man's editor, whatever, but things are working. And the best part is that we have stuff. So let me just put like h. What I want to show is that I can say text 3XL, let's say, right? And it will get bigger. So the styling is working. And we can even make it text red. No, text red 500. Yeah, it works. Euclidean. Hey, mate. Yeah, so this is actually a library I'm using. It's called TipTap and seems pretty good, actually. You can check it here. This one. It's a kind of a WYSIWYG rich text editor, which is built on top of Prose Mirror, but it's view component, so you can use it in a Vue project. Yeah. And I usually use React. So in React, they have this good component called Slate.js, and I've used it before. It was pretty good, and it seems like TipTap is the exact Slate.js but for Vue. So seems pretty good. Yeah. So for people who are new here, I'm just participating in this thing called Launch Weekend, and the idea is that you take an idea and you build something and release it in public within the next 48 hours. And I just started, and we have about 1 day and 22 hours left. So my goal is to kind of build like this kind of notes-taking app where you can see, it's like Trello plus Evernote. So today, next, backlog, you can have many notes here. You can scroll between them, copy paste between them. And so right now what I'm trying to do is just the basic setup of a desktop app, and also set up the database. So using PouchDB. And then we will think about adding like database and stuff in future. So yeah, I think this part is complete. So let's see what we have. Let's say first commit. Okay, cool. And then we can delete the old, I think, project, this one, because it was not necessary. Okay, where to go next? Let's delete this, and what else? Let's put todos.txt. I always have a to-do file. So milestone 1 is kind of finished, because I was thinking it's gonna take a long time, but set up Electron.js Vue plus Tailwind plus TipTap. These things are kind of done. One thing I would like to do is Electron stuff. Let's just brainstorm and write all the stuff that we have to do. So that one thing is we have to do Electron auto updater. And what I'm thinking of doing is that maybe I can show it on the photo. Right. Um, 6869. Cool. So what I'm thinking of doing is that so desktop apps usually are like containers, right? Let's say this is my Electron app, Electron.js app. If I want to update it, let's say I release a new version. There are a few ways I can do this. Usually there's a thing called Electron Updater, which can handle it. But I want to do something different. And the reason is this, because my app is basically like a container, right? And inside this is basically web app, right? Web app running. And this container, outer container, is just Electron app. And the reason I'm doing this is because this web app has to also run on a browser. So if I can just host this website, let's say somewhere called www.notes.com, right? And in that case, this Electron.js is just a container that renders a web app inside it. So it will fetch all the data from there and it will render it. That way, anytime I update notes, when I do a git commit, let's say here, update this code, I don't have to update the desktop application. And I like that design a lot more. Yeah, so in Electron.js, well, yeah, technically it's like a web view. And so this is like one approach to doing it. And I like this approach more because that way we essentially have two applications. One is the container and one is the web app. But the good thing about this is that I can totally work on the web app itself, right? I only work on this website, keep on improving, but anyone who's using the desktop app will automatically get the latest version, right? Because anytime they open the app, it will refresh and reload their web app. And the only time I have to update the desktop application is when I make changes in the kind of the OS layer. PWA, I don't think PWA works on desktops, is it? I might be wrong, but what I understand is PWAs are usually for mobile phones. Or if you mean that I can run it in a browser. But like, even if you make it a PWA, I think many users like the ability to have a dedicated desktop app. So yeah, run it in a browser. I would prefer for it to not run it in a browser. I mean, so right now I have this app, which is basically the predecessor of what I'm building right now. And I like the idea that it's a desktop app, right? I don't need to open a browser for it. So yeah, I would like to have this thing as a browser, as a desktop app. Yeah, that's why I can't have PWA. So this is one approach. The second, usually the typical approach, is to have two separate applications, right? This will be like a web browser. This could be maybe a PWA, notes.com. And another one is this Electron application, which is not a container, but the container plus the app is kind of very heavily tied together. So I have to update this one, right? Update. And this one also I have to update. And the thing about it, when you update this kind of application, you have to ask the user to kind of download the new binary and then reload it. So sometimes you see this banner, right? Please restart the app to upload it. And I don't want to do that. The reason is because I don't want to maintain two different applications at the same time. But there are clear disadvantages of using this. It's not all fancy. And the reason is because running a web application inside your container and trying to give it full permissions is very dangerous. If someone puts a man-in-the-middle attack here, so instead of sending mynotes.com, they kind of intercept the signal, and then they try to put some malicious code, then people can get hacked. And we will have to figure out some way to disable that. Now, usually just having a website is not dangerous. It becomes dangerous when you start to doing some Electron stuff, right? So this website is not dangerous, but because it's an Electron app, I can run Node or I can run anything, right? So I can delete user's file or whatever. So that's why we will have to make it this web app in a way that it's not using any of the operating system items. So the web app should be completely browser related. It should never call anything else. And the only time it should talk to the container is when you have to do some RPC oh, sorry, not RPC, IPC communication. So web app can talk to the container and say, web app can say, hey, please open a modal, or hey, please open a file browser, or something like that, right? So that way, I think it will be a lot more kind of safe, and at the same time, it gives me the ability to only work on one website and keep updating it, keep adding all awesome features, and the people who are using my app will just get all the functions. And I think this architecture comes from Slack. Slack used to use this a lot. They had just a web app, and they would render the web app in a container. So I don't like this one. I prefer this one. So we gotta figure out how to do this in future. And this whole talk was just so that I can add a to-do item, is that set up container plus web app based updates on Electron app, right? And set up IPC message communication between Electron container and the web app, right? Something like that. What else? We also have to do authentication so that people can log in and stuff. User auth. What else? We have to set up a couch database. So right now we are using PouchDB. Where did it go? Yeah, so we are using PouchDB, but we want to use CouchDB. CouchDB is like a big brother to set up CouchDB because that's how we can sync users' data. And also we should have some kind of end-to-end encryption, so that people can't see what people are typing in their notes for notes. And we should also set up billing, probably Stripe, because I'd like to make it like a paid version and stuff. TipTap is fine. Yeah, so as you can see, this this application should run in a browser and on a desktop app. And the desktop app should give some more features on top of the web app, but they both should be fine. Yep. I don't know. If people have any questions and stuff, happy to answer them. Electron auto updater. Kind of like that. And also, you know what? In the milestone 1, set up editor with PouchDB. This we have to do, and set up basic styling and stuff. So right now it looks crappy. So let's try to just put in some basic items, right? Like the top header and the basic data container kind of thing, and just make it slightly pretty. And then we can focus on some other stuff. And we also have to make the landing page, so don't forget that. Landing. So if you're making an app, you need to buy a domain and stuff. Landing page setup. I don't know, maybe I'll use some React stuff for that. Buy a domain. Select a name first, I guess. Set up landing page. All these things we have to do. Let's close this. So the next thing we should figure out is, let's close this Electron app for now, because right now we are only focusing on the UI, so we don't even need to have, let's just say, what's the package.json? Yeah, let's just say yarn serve. Okay. So the basic design of the app would be something like this, right? And we will have like a container, and then you have to-dos. Sorry, you have this boards, list of boards, and maybe login and stuff, and then you have container for all your notes. So let's kind of try to make this in the view item. How do I do that? Let's go to app.view. Let's go to main.js first, see if we can clean things up. Config, production tip, whatever, fine. App.view. So the app.view should be the basic container, right? So here we can, let's just start putting markup. We have a header. Let's make it a header, right? The top header, and then the main, which will be the main stuff. And the main will have multiple editors, right? And let's even make it the header. And then we can even make it like a header. So header is not defined. Let's create a header. Template header. I'm a header. Okay, this should work. Yep, I'm a header. Good. All this in 46 hours? Yes, all this in 46 hours. But like, I mean, if we are being honest, I don't think I can finish all of it, but at least we can solve the basic problems, right? I'm pretty sure I can make an app that where people can write notes, they can save it, and they can access it again. So just the basic version, right? We don't need to make it the best note-taking app ever. But let's try to focus on milestone 1 and maybe milestone 2. And as for solving the problem, if we can solve the biggest problem, which is the sync between devices, that's good enough. And then if there are more people who want to use it, maybe I can make it more polished version, you know. So yeah, 46 hours is pretty good enough time to finish. Okay. Let's do some stuff, you know, let's focus on that. We will have this kind of list and then a button and then maybe that. So inside this header, we can have the left section and the right section, div left, div right, and we can make that class. Let's put debug, or actually we don't have styles, so wait a minute. Global CSS. Copy that, paste that thing there. Standing this time, yes! Shit just got real, yo. Tailwind, yes. I love Tailwind too. It's super awesome. And I also like to have this utility. I'm not sure if people use it, but what I do in my Tailwind CSS is I create this debug file, a debug class, and then I can just attach this debug to anything I want, right? So let's say I want to see what this left thing is. So I can just put like a debug, and it gives me, okay, what's the container, right? And I find it that by using this, I don't need to open like a console or whatever. So it's pretty nice. So let's make this debug, this thing full width. It's already full width, I think, but we can make it. So this thing is full, right? And we can make it flex and justify between. So then you can see left and right are kind of on the edge. And then this one should be flex 1, right? And if I look at the debug, you will see that it's taking full space, which is great. And what else? We should have some px4 on it. Maybe px2, that's fine. And py2, right? And now inside this left container, as you can see from the design, I mean, look at my beautiful design, right? Look at this beautiful thing. Who needs awesome design when we have this crappy one? We will have this kind of list. These are actually buttons which will navigate you to different places. So what we can do in this thing, we can have UL, right? And then we can have LI, let's say item 1, whatever. And you have that. And because it's not flex, so let's make that flex. If you look debug, let's make it flex. And now it goes like that. And also we can put like a space x2 between them, or maybe 3. Yep. And also these can have class px2, py1. Looks fine to be honest. Maybe we don't need letting none, because we don't need the letting to affect the height. Holy hackathon, yes! Welcome to the October. Oh, is it October or September? Man, since I've been locked down, I've kind of lost track of time. Oh, it's September. So September hackathon, welcome. And looks okay. Now we have that, and let's rename stuff. So let's call this like to-dos. So the idea here is that this notes taking app will have this concept of boards, right? So you have multiple boards, and inside board you can have as many notes as you want in this horizontal layout, and then you can switch between them, right? So let's say this is my to-do board, and this is like list of things that I want to buy or read or whatever, games to play. And the same way we have multiple. So that's what we are building here, right? This is just a button. And this will be, let's say, lists and recipes, sometimes you cook and stuff, and ideas, and maybe journal and stuff, and how about references, all kinds of things, right? And what else? What's up, Panda? How are you doing? What are you making today? You have 48 hours. What are you building? Tell me. And on the right side, this thing is kind of empty, but the goal is, let's make an image. And source is empty for now. Alt will be user, right? You know what? Let's not do that. Let's just put user for now, and we can also make it W8 H8 rounded full border. So you can see that it's kind of circle, right? Border 2. And then we can say border gray 400. So imagine this is like the user page, right? This is like you will click it and log in and log out and stuff. Hackathon timer. So at the bottom, if you go to this launch weekend thing, this is like a site I made for people who want to participate in this hackathon. And the idea is that you take an idea and you build something within 48 hours and you release it in public. And this is a nice way to force yourself to kind of ship something. And as a part of this hackathon, I'm building a notes taking app. You can build something else. And this timer just shows you like when it's ending. So it started today at about 3 hours ago. and then it will go on until the end of this weekend. So you have to release something between that. And you can even create your project here. So if you go to projects, you can see what other people are building. So this time I'm making this one. And on this side, you can also see people who are streaming it live. So that's what I'm doing, right? If you go there, you can see my Twitch stuff. So yeah, just a small thing. Okay, what was I doing? Yeah, so we have this, right? And I believe this is fine, right? What else? And then let's focus on the container, right? We go back to app.view. So editor, this thing needs to be refactored. So let's create like a, let's call this content, right? Content from content. And we can make a new component called content of view. And let's make that template div content. What did I do wrong? Oh, it's not registered or whatever. This is something I hate in view. Content like that. You don't need that. You don't even need that. And then we go to this content thing and we say script and export default blah 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 components editor, paste that thing there. It's not registered but not used, whatever. Then we can create that. Okay, not defined. Why? Editor. Okay, cool. So let's say we have this editor, right? It's a boring paragraph. And looking at the design, we need multiple of these editors. So how do you do that? If I just made this, let's make another div. And let's put debug here for now, and flex. You can see that it goes there, and then we can put multiple of them, right? And if I go editor, and how about I wrap that thing inside that, and what if I put mx4? Content. Let's not do the debug here, and let's put like a debug on this thing to kind of show you where this is starting and ending. So yeah, now you can see we have two different editors, right? You can have more here, you can have more there, so we have two. Okay, what if we can make 5 of them, or 4 of them, or 5 of them? So now we have these, right? 5 of editors. And then how about making this editor h full, so it takes the full space, right? And it did not take it because I think if you look at this one, this is also not taking full space. So we can put h full here. Debug. Huh, okay. App. I think what we need to do here is make that flex column, right? And if we put debug, and we can make it h full, is that right? It's still not there. Okay, how about this min h screen? Okay, now it's taking full width, which is fine. And how about this one? it is still not taking that. So if I wrap that thing here and I put a flex 1 on it, why is it not taking? Why? I put a flex 1 on this, so it should take that. Yes, that's correct. And oh, because there's a div here. Ah, crap. We don't need that div. What? I made a project on website. Well, if you're working on something, show us. You know, we can give you some feedback and stuff. So you can see my problem, right? I have this div, which is supposed to be flex 1, so it should take the full space. And it is taking, right, if I show you the red color. But the content is not taking full space. If I do a debug here, you can see it's not filling up the space. Why is that? So this is flex 1, this is fine. But this one is not. Why not? Flex 1, flex 1. Why is that? Content. This is the content. Something is really wrong, or maybe I'm doing something stupid here. What? I have flex and flex column, which means that this whole thing is full screen, right? If this is full screen and I put a flex 1 here, this should become full screen. And it does, right? So that means if I just open this and I don't do any of that, I just do debug, it only takes that much. If I do that, it still doesn't take full width. Why? Why you not take full width? It's kind of confusing. What? Am I making a stupid mistake? Like, if this thing is full width, shouldn't this, if I give it full height, it should take the full space, right? Why is this not taking full space? What am I missing here? Is that... What the hell am I doing here? This is kind of bonkers. Okay, this is a flex, right? You can see it has like height of this 1540 or 449. That's fine. This one has 48 height, and this one has 401 height. So that means anything inside, if I give it edge full, it should take the full height. But it doesn't. Okay, you know, it's really stupid, but maybe it's a view thing. I really think it's a view thing. Oh, let me come back right now. Okay. I don't know why the hell this thing is not working, but you know what? Content. You know, now it's working. And I don't need edge full here. I think it's a bug. It's definitely a bug. I cannot believe if this is not a bug. And let's go to editor. Edge full, flex. This thing is flex. It should also be flex, you know. And then if we go here, we can go to debug. Yep, so finally we have these long containers. And you know what? We can put some padding. So px1, py2 to kind of make it inside the container. And also these can be flex1 to take up all the space, right? And also we can make it max with SM so that if it gets smaller, yeah, so the maximum it goes is kind of this, which is not good. What we want actually is min width SM. Do I have min width SM? I don't have it. If I put like a max with SM, what happens? This is 24 RAM, right? So if I just copy this style, and let's create our own style for now. Let's call this min width SM, and this will be min width 24 RAM. And that means, yep, so it will scroll, which is good, but it will be like that. And we can even try to make it Hey JJ, what's up? Standing today? Yes, we are serious. We are in serious business mode. We are standing today. Max with XS. How about this one? 20 RAM. So if we make a style, let's make another style called XS and make it 20. I wish Tailwind had min width classes too. Yep. So now we have this kind of container which gives you at least this height, but it will try to take all the space you can give it. Euclidean. Oh, you guys know each other? Good. So it's kind of scrolling, but what we want is to scroll these inside the container. So what we can do, content and overflow x auto. So it's good, but like, why the hell is that? Oh, it's only that. There's something seriously wrong with either Vue or Tailwind. Okay, somehow it's fixed. And you can see now that we have this pretty... How do you fix the height issue? I honestly have no idea. Like, what I did was to make it a flex, and then inside the content I just did a flex 1, And this flex one seems to work. But somehow if I don't make it flex, it doesn't work. Like you would imagine that if I do edge full, this should take the full height, right? Because let's look at this one. So this div is debug. If I put debug, you can see that this is full width, right? So that means if this is full width and I give a edge full on this, it should be full width, right? But it's not. It's only this much. I don't know why. And the only way to fix that is to put a flex, make it a flex and then expand it. So yeah, it's weird. Okay. So Euclidean, are you also working on a website? You know, if you have something to show, then, you know, show us. We want to see what other people are working on. Okay, so now you can see that it's scrolling within this container and not outside, which is good. And also what I can do, and the good thing is that it's responsive, so when it gets kind of big, it will stick, right, which is good. And it can be as small. So on small screen you can only see 2, on bigger you can 3. I hate styling. Well, if you use Tailwind, you will not hate styling. I actually enjoy styling now, thanks to Tailwind. I like that. It's not as okay. You know what? Where's the black background? I don't see the black background. Yeah, no problem. Index. So, okay, you have this, right? And you know what? Let me add debug here. I always have debug. Background red, important. Okay, and then so this div is full width, right? If I put a debug here, did I not import that thing? How do you import that style sheet? Oh crap. Import style sheet in HTML. Look at the how to add CSS. Well, yeah, this one. Man, I swear I know some coding and stuff, but wait. Why is this not working? That's the point, you don't see styles of CSS. Okay. Oh. Anyways, you know what? Let me put background here because I suck at CSS. Background red. Wait, why is it still not showing? What happened here? Where's the red one? It's like no. Where's the red one? Either there's something really wrong with this, or I'm doing something really stupid. I mean, am I doing something wrong? Like this should work, right? And you don't even need important here, I think. So background, is it because background color? Or did I mess up the class here? Okay, how about height 100 VH? Yeah, I don't see nothing. Why is it still min height? I don't know. Yeah, I really don't get it. I mean, yeah, it seems like it's still on the min edge. I don't know why. I mean, shouldn't this become height? How do you refresh this page? Oh, wait. Something happened. Wait. I think you're supposed to refresh it. Okay, now, okay, good. Let's see if that thing works. Debug. Yeah, so I don't know. I mean, I saved it. I just press Control S. But anyways, so you have this debug thing, right? If let me remove this black, and we can remove that. So we don't see the red thing anymore, right? And the reason, yeah, I really don't know why. Because I have flex on this thing. Even it doesn't even matter if you have flex or not. Let me make this one flex, right? If I make this flex and flex direction column, so it should show up, right? It doesn't. And the only way to fix it is to set a flex 1. Do you see? It works now. Wait, did I miss something? Okay. So now you can see it works. And so basically just putting a height of 100% somehow doesn't work. And I don't know why. If I have a height and I put height of 100%, it should take the full height. It's not taking it. I don't know why. No, really? Min height tries to use its content to figure out its height. But think, like, shouldn't if you say min height 100 VH, it should be set to 100 VH on its own, right? Really, if I do height of 100%, would that fix it? Wait, if I don't have that, you mean if I remove this, all this nonsense, and I just have that? No, it's still not working. So JJ, what you're saying, even though I set explicit height, it won't. One way to fix it would be to just set this to height 100 VH. No. Man, I'm so confused right now. It doesn't even work now. Okay, this code sandbox is weird, I guess. But anyways, yeah, so this whole min edge thing is kind of weird. I don't like it. Anyways, our hacky solution works. So we have this, which is good, and this and this and that and that. Let's try to. Oh, okay. Maybe it's that one. What you meant was I have 2 heights. So if I set min height to 100 VH. Ah, I see. Yeah, you're right. No, wait. Remove that first. Nope. Still doesn't work. See? I have min edge, 100 VH, and height. And then this is supposed to be debug, so it should take full height, right? Even if you remove display flex, maybe the flex is causing something. Right? I mean, it doesn't. You can even you can play with this. The DOM min edge height 100%, which is fine. And look at this, right? We set the height so this one has a 0 height. Isn't that weird? Like, if I'm giving it height 100%, it should expand to take the full width, the full height of the container. Right? I don't know. Why is that? And I think it's had to do something with what JJ was mentioning, I think, is that this height is probably confusing people. Yeah, so now it works. If you set it explicitly, then it works. And if you set a min height, it doesn't work. And that is just plain stupid. I don't know why. Maybe some CSS guru can come and explain this. Okay, this is good. And before I break for lunch, I want to have some items done. So let's make these links, right? And we can go to content. We can go to just content. No, header. Go to header. And these items can become a component called, let's call this header links, header link.view, and we can make that template and let's put like a link, right? And there, script, export default components. It's gonna be header link. Import the component from header link.view. Okay, and yes, of course you're complaining. Okay, but now it's all link, right? Which is good. And you know what? We can even make it like that. Label, to-dos, something. How about like that, right? We can say label, list, and this one's going to be, let's say, recipes, references. What else do I have? Ideas and stuff, whatever. And go to header link. So there we can put label, script. How do you export? How do you, any view export? I forgot. Props, right? It's called props label. Is that how you do it? Oh yeah, got it. And then this could be href. What the hell? This is gonna be label. So yeah, and now you can like go to different places. View adds classes. No, Vue doesn't add classes automatically. What are you talking about? Oh, you mean this one? I think so, yes. And that is awesome. In React, you can't do that. You have to like pass the class as a prop, and then you have to do a bunch of stuff. But in this case, automatic, you know? And I still think, wait, we should not have it here though. We should go to header link and put that thing here. Because of, because of reasons I think you already know. We should have it like that because the styling is kind of same. And now we can make it fancy. How about that? Hover, make it BG gray 900, hover text white, transition duration 50. Yes, nice. Look at that, hover. And maybe it's too fast. Let's make it 100 and slightly rounded. That is good. And how about text SM? It doesn't have to be that big. Good. And why is this thing so giant? Header SpaceX 1. Yep, good. So then we can like go to different places, and also you can see every time it reloads because I'm using a tag. What we want to use is view router. Yeah, in React, yeah, that's weird. I also hate the class name thing. Like, why can't they just make it class? It's get started. So we should set up view router now. So yeah, we have to use router link instead of a tag. So what I can do, go to header link. Instead of this, we can say router link, and instead of edge, we can say 2. And that will fix. Yeah, this was going to be router link. Okay, and to set this thing up, I hope wait, it did not work. What? Okay, maybe router link you have to set up, right? Yeah, I don't know. I just feel class name is just weird. Router view. So view router, how do I set this thing up? Oh, you gotta pass router, so let's create the router. Go to main.js and import what? Import something. Import router from view router, is that it? And then const router equals new router. And then you can pass in the routes, and that will be path whatever component. Wait a minute, router, it's going to be like that. I'm pretty sure it's complaining. Yarn add view router. I like the simplicity of view. I feel like a lot of things are kind of more peaceful. And let's import. Can't resolve. Of course you can't resolve. Yarn serve. So I think we have to do this kind of thing and go to app. Let's just dump it. Let's just dump it here, although we are not using it right now, so it doesn't matter. Yep. Okay, and for some reason this is not working. Do I have console link? Oh, you gotta register the router link. How do I register router link? Register router link view. Sure. Why is it all in Japanese? View router setup tutorial. Give me some copy paste code that I can just use. Don't let me think so much. View. Oh, view.use router. Okay, that was simple. View.use router. I think that's it. Yes, that's it. So you can just go there, right? And yeah. View does two-way data binding, and you can just update variables instead of set state. Notion and React. Yes, that's correct. But we also have, yeah. So I think the two-way data binding is just the easiest way to do things. Although I'm probably going to use some state management library like Vuex. Well, people, we have at least, we have that, and we have scrolling, and let's remove this crappy red thing. I think it's called in editor. Debug, remove that, and let's remove that. And can I put like a edge full on that? Yes. See how nice it is to just take a component and put class on it? I don't have to export props and stuff, whatever. It's so nice. Yeah, so this is edge full, which is fine. Although I'm just wondering why this thing is edge full, this thing is not. Class prose mirror. So if I go to my styles and I make dot prose mirror height 100%, yeah, it did. Oh yeah, okay, nice. So we have this full width, right? And prose mirror focused, we can make it like prose mirror focused, and we can make it like add apply border gray to 100, right? And we can even make it like that, rounded. Wait, why did it not work? Yeah, I mean, I also use React. Like my day job, like I built this startup called Mono, and this is complete React. And we actually do a lot of coding on this all the time on Twitch. And this is all done using React. And even the backend application, the web app for this. So if you don't know, Mono is like a podcast hosting platform. And all of this is done in React. It's pretty awesome. I like React for my personal projects. But I've also done some freelance work in Vue. And for a few things, I kind of like the simplicity of Vue. And for a few things, I like React more. So yeah. So I kind of use both, so I don't have, a strong opinion about these things. Have the link active. Okay. Let's see. Why does it have this annoying? Can you see this horrendous? What is this thing? Prose mirror focused. And what is this prose mirror focused? Did I? No. One of them is only you. Yes, I'm the only developer at this point. Maybe in future I'll hire someone, do some more helping me out. Yeah. But if you look at this value, it is actually, oh yeah, you're right. Thanks. Wait, does focused have 2s or 1s? Am I wrong or this library is wrong? Min with x. Now, if someone can tell me why does this have this giant border color? Yeah, why is this not working? Okay, dot prose mirror focused. Oh no, not this one. So this one, why is this color not applicable? Is it because of, anyways, you know, styling is not that important. We can fix that thing future. That is good. And now also, if you look at the design, we want to have a title for every note, right? This is a note. You can type and stuff and do things, but at the top we also want kind of a, you know, the title of the note. So let's do that. Instead of this editor thing, we can have, let's say, h4 title, right? And this title can have bg gray 200, let's say, right? And we can even have rounded tsm. Yep. And then py1 and px3, or maybe px2, which is good. How about border gray 300 or border gray 700 and text white? How about that? Yeah. Yeah, for that we are going to use this thing called, so we have two different plans, right? The goal is that the free version should be able to just use the local database, which is, I'm going to use PouchDB. I think it's a very good database for the exact thing that we are building, which is like very sync heavy text applications. So PouchDB works locally on your on your browser, and you can use it. It uses IndexedDB and local storage in the backend, so we don't have to worry about that anymore. Just use PouchDB. And the good thing about this is that it has like a elder brother called CouchDB, which runs on the server. So my plan is to run this server on AWS and then sync the PouchDB with the CouchDB for the paid members. And for people who are just using it in browser, it's free using PouchDB. Yeah. Like that. That looks fine. And you know what? Instead, let's put a border on this so you can see that. And let's put px, which is good. Maybe not px. How about px1? It's fine. Yeah, PouchDB is it's completely compatible with CouchDB, so you can continue using PouchDB and then just flip a URL and point it to a Couch database, and now you have a completely globally syncing database. It's pretty awesome. I've never used it, but I have read documentation and I think it should be a good fit. wait a minute. I think what we need here, if you look at the, you can see, right, there's this gap between these, and I don't want that gap. I think you can do overflow hidden to fix that. No. There is something very wrong with this, but we will figure that out later. py2 and text sm. Cool, nice. And then, wait, why does it have a padding? I don't want padding here. How about mx2, my2? Nah, I see. I think we'll figure that out later. Keeping that code super dry. Where did I make a stupid mistake or something? Yeah, I mean we'll focus on kind of cleaning up the code later. It's eventually, when I'm just starting prototyping, I try to be as dirty as possible, you know, not think about any of that stuff. So the idea is that these things will come from your database, like the list of nodes you have, list of boards you have, and then each board will contain these items, right? We can even do that. Let's go to header, right? So instead of having this hard-coded stuff, why don't we take it from the props? So let's say we can say boards, right? Boards is a list. What did I do? Like that, right? And instead of that, we can do so this is gonna be v4 item in boards, or I can say board in boards, and then here we can say header link like that, and then label is going to be board.name. Iteration vbind key. Okay, so this thing also needs to be key board.id. That should be fine. Oh yeah, that's actually pretty good. One thing we still have to figure out is that CouchDB doesn't seem to have some good SaaS service. Like I would have preferred to have like a third party manage all the Couch database stuff, because I really hate running my own servers. It's a pain in the ass, to be honest. But they don't have it. The best solution I have is called CloudAnt. This is like a I think it's a kind of a SaaS service for CouchDB. I'm just thinking whether I should use this or not. They have a free layer for testing, but I also think that, yeah, there's just no good solution for CouchDB. I might have to run my own servers, which is painful. Yeah, but for at least for the first 1 or 2 days, let's just do CouchDB and just chill out with that. Okay, so this seems to be working, and now the power of Vue is that we can pass this board item. So let's go to content, and you know what? Let's open header here. So you can see we have to pass the boards, right? So how about we say data? Is that how you do data in this? Return test hello. Okay, and then we can say boards. This is a list of ID, let's say 1, and name is to-dos. Cool. Hey Winwood, what's up? Good morning. I hope you're not watching this at 4 a.m. in the morning. So yeah, and we have, let's say, ID2. This is going to be lists. And now we have this board in the data, so we can actually pass it somewhere. Oh, wait. Sorry. This is not supposed to be here. Let's go to app. Pass it here. And then we can say boards. Boards. Right? We can even I think we have more. No. Oh yeah, see, we have these things now. It kind of works. Great. Then we can go here and just copy paste more. Paste more. Let's create like a 3 and 4 and 5 lists. Let's make it recipe board and references and ideas, and even one more called journal. And in future, of course, the user will be able to edit them and change stuff and whatever. Cool. Now we have this, right? 7 a.m. now. Okay. Good morning. Also, this title should be taken from that. So when we are passing the data, we should also pass boards to content, right? And I think we can put a to-do here. Move these to view x state. Oh yes, so right now, I mean, later we will have something like ID, more like this, ID. And this ID will not be a number, it will be more like a UUID. So it will be 1, 2, 3, blah, blah, whatever. And then we will use that as a href. So yeah. So let's go to content, and we can put a data, not data, props, boards, right? And then let's put a UL here. Oh no, we can't put a UL here. Let's put a UL here. Yeah, you know, I'm kind of v4 board in boards key board.id, and did I break something? I don't think so. I broke something. What did I do? Board is not defined but referenced. What is it? Oh, it's in app.w. Okay. It's actually called boards, if I can spell it right. Yep. So now you have like 6 of them. That's good. And then what we can do is content. So content should pass this board down, right? We can say board. Oh, no. Yeah, that's fine. Fine. Although this is not right. I think I made a mistake. The editor is actually per board. So this thing has a different board. This one has a different board, right? So we can't just pass the board itself here. That's not a good one. The thing about this is you should get a board and notes. What we need to do is notes in board dot notes, right? And you can say note dot id like that, note, and note, something like that, and good. And then we can go back to app.view. So the idea is that every board will have a list of notes, right? Like that. And this will be like ID is, let's say, 1, and title is notes 1 or whatever. And we can have it all over the place. ID, let's say this one is 3, and this one is 6, and this one is 21, 12, this one is 14, 15, whatever, this one is 9. List notes 1, this is recipes, this is blah, whatever, right? Ideas, games, and you know what? Paste, paste, paste again. Paste that. Ideas, app. So what I'm trying to do is just passing this data back, and content. So content should not get all the boards. It should get the first board, right? And you can see we get the data. But what we want is not the first board, but the active board, right? So active board is going to be, let's just say, null, right? And or what if we can say active board index is going to be 0, right? And anytime you change it, this is going to be active board index. So if I change this value using code somehow, let's say 2, what? 1. Or how about 2? Now how about 0, 1, 2, 3, 4? How about 4? Yeah, so now you can see there are 2 of them, right? So I'm basically passing, oh yeah, this one is going to be 17. So I'm passing all the notes inside a board to these components, and then I can go to my editor, the title, because the editor is getting the notes, right? Content. If you look at this value, I'm passing the note. So let's take the note here, props, note, like that. And then we can say, instead of this, we can just say note.title. And yeah, now we have the title here, right? Good. And eventually we will also have notes.content. So this value will actually come from notes content. Yeah. I also have to go for lunch. So what's the usual protocol on Twitch? Like when you have a very long stream and you want to take a break, do you close the stream and break and then come back and start a new stream, or are you supposed to like put like a be right back icon and just go? What's the industry standard for that? If someone can help me, that would be nice. About 1.5 hours, I guess, break. 1 hour at least. Yeah. Yeah, you know what? Maybe I'll close the stream because I don't want to keep the camera and everything running. So we need a break, you know. But at least we have done some good work, like the top board stuff is done, and we have this. When we come back, we will try to connect it to the Pouch database so that we can change stuff and it should save in the database, and also connect the state management library and everything. So yeah. So people, welcome to the launch weekend. If you are making something on your own, that would be nice. Look at that. Winward is making this, and Josh is making real-time chat app. How do you pronounce this name? Is it Jose or Hosea? And Winward is making a blog app. Yeah, I mean, if you have a link, Josiah or Hosea, you should put a link here so that we all can check it out. And it's nice, like, let's try to make something awesome and release it in public in the next. Josiah. Oh, Josiah. Okay. Probably the most useful product. That doesn't matter, you know. The reason we are doing this is because we should force ourselves to make something. It doesn't matter if it's good or bad, right? That's not the point. The point is that once you get in this momentum of building something, you're basically unstoppable, right? The first time you build something, it's difficult, but then next time adding stuff to it is a lot easier. And maybe this time you're making a simple thing, that's fine. Next time you'll build even better application. And yeah, you definitely need some authentication here because people can just come in and change everything here. Changed. Submit. Yeah. Okay, so I'll see everyone back. If you have a project you're working on, please go to launchweekend.dev and try to create an account and everything. It's totally free. I'm not trying to sell your data or anything like that. It's just, put what you're working on so that we all can see and give you feedback, and people can also comment it, add some authentication so that other people can give you feedback and stuff. So yeah, you can see like that, and you can even upvote and stuff. I don't know, maybe we'll use that in future later. So yeah, okay, I'll close the stream now. It was nice chatting with everyone. Maybe I'll take a break of 1 hour or something, and then I'll come back and stream some more. So thank you so much for coming, and I'll see you guys later. Bye-bye. Let's catch up for what we were doing. Okay. Close that. Close that. Close that. JavaScript and patching. So yeah, let's just get started with this thing. And the last time I remember we were doing this, we had this basic setup, and as I can see that it's based on hash routing, but we can change it to something else. So let's do that. View router. history mode. Okay, so I think, oh no, notes, yarn, serve, main.js, and this could be mode history. Okay. Now let's think about like how we want to do. Yeah, so now we have these kind of things. Ideally, this needs to be more like ID, right? So let's go to header, and if I go to header link, this thing doesn't need to be that, or more like that. Header link, if I replace that, board.d, board.label, and if I'm not wrong, the ID should get that thing. It's actually not name, label. Yeah, cool. Okay, and next time when you click this, header, so when you pass it, you're passing this board in boards. What the hell is going on here? Header is boards, and for board and boards, board.id. Yeah, well, the ID should be there, right? Can I just print board? Yeah, and board.id is also there. So then when I click this, why is this thing not working? If I do board.name, it kind of works. What is going on here? Like if I change this to name, it's so weird. This is so weird. Oh, maybe it's because the ID is not a string. Is that it? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, that's it. Cool. So then you can do this kind of thing, which is good, right? And also, router view. Pretty sure we can do that. Nope. flex column, manage screen. Would that work? No. Okay. Got it. Hey, Midwood, welcome back. I just had some kind of ready-made. We have this chicken curry thing, like a packet, and you can just have that. So it was like a butter chicken curry. That was fun. Yep, go get some food. Catch up later. Like, I'm just thinking, like, what do we have to do here? This content. Still works, right? We don't need too many. Don't even need that. And it still works, right? Good. Header link. Vote.id. It still goes there. Okay. And let's try to figure out this thing. Hey, Dreamstree, what's up? I'm trying to figure out how to make it work on this thing. What's the best way? Like, I'm trying to think of what's the best way to do this kind of thing. It's kind of hard to decide. Like, one way to do this is to have, you know, we have this router link. Not the router link. Router view, sorry, router view, right? And then instead of this, we can do this, and I'm sure it's gonna go away, which is fine. But what I'm thinking of doing is go to main.js and routes path let's say ID and you can say component content and import content from components content. Clever Fool, raiding a party with 8. Awesome. Welcome, people. Hello. Hello, Walnoka and a Clever Fool. Welcome to my hackathon stuff. How's everyone doing? Trying to figure out how to do some view routing stuff right now. I am just I'm participating in this thing called Launch Weekend, which is like a monthly hackathon where you have to take an idea and build something within 48 hours. Really? Okay, yeah. So yeah, I'm just trying to like take the next 48 hours and build something interesting. And what I have in mind is this kind of note-taking editor, notepad kind of thing, where you can have multiple notes at the same time. And we are trying to use Vue and Electron and some PouchDB and stuff to kind of build an application. And right now I'm just trying to figure out how to do the routes. And so, are you also a developer, Clareful? Okay, this is fine. And yep, okay, cool. Maybe I haven't checked your channel. I will later. So the idea here was that let's move that here again, and I can show you what's going on. So the idea is that we'll have this kind of text notepad, and you can have different boards at the top, like a list. And then when you go to each board, you will have different note-taking stuff. Yeah. And then you can edit stuff, you know, this will be like all kinds of things, and you can change whatever, that's fine. And then it will, the idea is that it will sync across all your devices and stuff, so that would be fine. And right now I'm trying to see how to click this button and switch different items. And I think if I go to content, this one, what about we make it like a div, and let's put like hello, just testing, right? And you have that. So what if I instead go and put this stuff inside that? So everything goes away, and that's not what I would like to have. Why? I mean, I'm assuming that the view router thing is kind of like I have routes and I put those routes there, right? And then I mount the router, which I did. It's weird. Like I'm having this dynamic route matching. Okay. Component user. Okay, what if I go, let's say, board ID? If I just do that, or maybe it was because of that. Yeah, it could be. No? What happened? Am I getting any error? I do have any error. Nodes of undefined. Okay. Let's fix that. So nodes of undefined. Okay, I think the problem is we go to content and we check. So before you do this, we have to check. I think I can do ng if, right? Not ng. V if. I'm not in Angular. V if is going to be board and board.nodes. VIF should be moved to a wrapper element. Okay. Okay. Can I just do that? And VIF on that thing? Will that work? It kind of does. Views love, views life. Well, I'm a React developer, so I'm only doing that for some fun, but I kind of like Vue. It's pretty nice, you know. Yeah, so you can see that now at least I have this stuff rendered, and also if I go to this place, it will not render that thing. So what I'm thinking of doing is the content should always be rendered. It's just that, can I just do star? Although when I think about this thing, we don't even need this, you know, because content is defined. Yeah, sure, delete that. And we can remove that. You can remove that. And this is not a good idea to do, but you know, maybe Rocksheep can explain to me. Do you know how to do this? Like I want to do v4, but if the board.notes is empty, I need to do a VIF, but I can't do VIF directly on this thing because it says that you need to have a wrapper element. But I also think that you can't have div directly as a UL. You need to have li. So does that mean I need to have two LIs like that? Or can I do something VIF here? Oh really? Can I do template here? Oh, okay, that's nice. Is there like any bad side effect or something of using that like that? I can do? Okay. Yeah, okay, so that's fine. Let's go there. And basically we don't need router view here, right? And which is okay. And then we go to content and we see why. Yeah. So one problem with this thing is that my styling will not be applied. No, it does actually. Okay. Okay. Yeah, so it kind of works. And then we can switch between them. And now what we can do is, so this board.notes should come from a board, right? So if we go back here, we have this kind of crappy database. Okay, so I mean, yeah, so instead of that, what you're saying is that instead of having, no, not here, instead of this here, yeah, you might be right about that. But the problem is that we don't, so the alternative is to have a return like this, right? I will send a notes and directly render the notes. But the problem is that this component will eventually have a lot more stuff. Like I want to have maybe some kind of control options here, right? There will be like a button or something. So I need all the data. So eventually this will become a lot more complicated. So I don't want to keep a lot of stuff in the main app thing. So that will change. Yeah. And so active boards, I'd like to change when I click on these router links, I'd like to get this ID, and I think I can do that in computed maybe. So if I do computed, is that how we do it? view computed, computer properties. Watch the route param changes. Yes, so you have to do that in the data, right? There's a watch property. Oh, really? Okay. View watch router param change. Oh, okay. If I take this and I put it there, and I can say changing. Okay. And 2 is defined. Yeah, sure. 2 from. I kind of hate this stupid thing in Vue that you have to use every variable. Name to 2, and then you go there to that params path query. And you know what? If I we can go to main and we can define routes, and we can make it path to underscore ID. Comma like that. If I do this, I'm pretty sure that yeah, you get params, right? Because we have defined a path with the ID and stuff, it's going to give me this. And let's, you know what, let's even call this thing board ID, because that's what this is. And then we can go to content, oh sorry, app. And so if we just print, let's print something. Come on. So params will have board ID. So what we can do, we don't need this 2, and we can say this dot active board ID equals to from dot params dot board ID, right? And yeah, handle errors. We can do that later. Active board ID is that. Let's change that to 1. And then we can also have computed active board boards dot filter this dot boards dot filter b dot id equals to this dot active board ID, and const items equals that if items dot length is greater than 0, return items 0. What did I miss here? Shouldn't it be 2 params dot board ID? Oh yeah, you're right. I'm dumb. You know, sometimes after lunch, your brain stops working. What did I miss now? Okay. So, wait, what? Oh yeah, okay, sure. Expected to return a value in active board ID. Did I not return? Return null. Okay, so now we have this active board. We can do active board. Okay, that means if I switch, yes, it actually works. See, because it's coming from this database now. So anytime the route changes, well, thank you. What was it? V has a nice head for the recommendation on route param change. So now we can switch between them. And of course, there are some performance issues or whatever. We can figure that out later. But yeah, So we have this. And what else can we do? One thing we have to do is to move this thing to the database, but I'm still not super excited about that. Let's so let me have like today, upcoming, and backlog. What else? Yeah. So like this is the first page, and you can go there, whatever. And we can also make this thing a header. I'm sure I'm not using the header the way it's supposed to be. Like if you go to header link, we have router link. But can I, okay, one question. If I go to list, let's say, will this list header link have a class of active? It does, actually. Router link active. So I'm just wondering, maybe someone can help me. Does Vue have this kind of thing where I can say class? Is it like that? If I say active, I want to get when this router is active. Router link active. Oh, really? Man, I'm kind of loving Vue so much. Is it called active class? Let's make everything red. If it's no, on router link, it's probably called active class. Oh, yeah, sorry, yeah, okay. Yeah, the active class works, and maybe your one is also working, right? This one. Does this work? It does, actually. So either this or this both works. Okay, cool, nice. Well, in that case, I can like make the active one slightly more pretty. So let's make it like font medium. How about just this much? And also maybe font light, the other ones. Or make it font bold, and the other ones are normal, that's fine. So I can like switch. Although I don't like this text gray 900, or maybe text black, and the color for here, let's keep it font medium and text gray, kind of grayed out. Okay. And text gray 500. Hey Margot, what's up? Came back. Love the sound of your keyboard? Well, nice. I like it too. It's a low profile habit. I like it. It's kind of easy on your fingers. Text black is not there, I guess. Text gray is there. Okay. So how about this? We make it and maybe we can have border gray 900. So border B. Let's put border B, right? And then rounded. Let's remove the rounded for now. I'll figure that out later. But yeah, so and then we can say border transparent by default, and then when you're active, you become kind of like that, and we can even make it slightly thicker. Cool. Okay, And I guess we can make it slightly more darker. Yeah, so far we have kind of have the route change set up. I still have to do the Vuex state stuff, but okay. And just for fun, let me see if I can HTML font family monospace, is it called? Let's see how it looks. I guess for note-taking apps, maybe monospace would be a bit easier to... Come on. Oh, did I? Oh, crap. Thanks. Yeah, .html. Okay, and maybe font. I can even do apply here because I'm in Tailwind, I guess. So text large. I can do this. Okay, I can even make text Excel. Thanks. Yeah, it's fine. I mean, we will change styling later anyways, but yeah. So this is good, and it live updates, but I think when you're using Tailwind, anytime you change this file, you have to do a reload. Because let me show you. If I, let's say, put really, let's try background red, important, save. I didn't do anything. It actually does. Okay, well then Vue is a lot better than React, I guess, then, because for some reason the React hot module doesn't load. In both, I've tested it in both Next.js and Gatsby, and it just doesn't work. Yeah, I'm liking the Vue stuff. Yeah, I'm using the Vue CLI project. Okay. Good. Next item that we have to do. Let's look at the to-dos. Let's just figure out some basic things. One is that I would like to move this whole board database kind of thing in a store, because first of all, I don't want to clutter the root application with this thing, and second is that we will have a lot more data here, and I think it's a good point to use some state library. I mean, I love it. Like, I really enjoy using it. And actually, this is not the first Tailwind. I have been using Tailwind for my startup. I'm working on this project, and all of this styling, everything was done with Tailwind. And what I found is that when I use Tailwind, everything just feels more consistent in terms of design. Like, I'm not a designer, but I like the constrained nature of Tailwind, and it just ends up like becoming very cohesive and consistent design. And yeah, so yeah, it's like really, I like it. And also this is like the backend, like a podcast kind of web app where you log in and you do stuff. And you can notice that when you use Tailwind, you have like PX and PY and stuff, and that results in this kind of consistent UI, which I really like. I kind of enjoy it. And I also hate writing like CSS class names. So by having everything as a utility, I just dump everything. I don't have any style CSS files. That's so awesome. Yeah. Cool. So Okay, what to do next? What I'm also thinking is that having nodes, the data structure that I'm planning to have right now is kind of like that, right? And you can see that we have boards, and every board has this ID, and then you can have a name, which this name is actually used up here at the top. And then you have a list of nodes, right? So these are all the nodes, and every board has a different list of nodes. Although this is a good thing, but because I have made this application once a long time ago, what I found was that it's a lot easier to store the nodes in a separate data structure so that we can reuse nodes between boards. Sometimes you want to do that. And also it will keep the data structure a lot flat and kind of, what is it called? Normalized or denormalized? I don't know. Yeah. So I'm thinking of having a separate kind of this kind of thing, and we can have ID, let's say 1, and then you will have, again, repeated stuff, but that's fine. So you can have like title and today, right? And you can have like 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, something like that, right? And then this will basically just be like a list. So it will be like 1, 2, 3. And of course it crashes because, oh, nope. Don't crash. Okay. Right. So in that sense, it kind of works. And the benefit of having it this way is that when you're editing a note, we can just go and edit that particular note in place without messing with the whole thing. Because if it's embedded inside this note, then we have to go in the note, find the note by ID, and then update it every things, right? I do use Prettier. Yeah, it automatically syncs, right? See, it automatically prettifies stuff. Maybe my Prettier config is probably different. Okay, so let's paste stuff there. Three. Let's put 4 here and maybe 5, right? And what else? Paste that thing there. Let's keep this one only 5. This one only 4. Let's make it 1 and 5. Yeah. So then let's just temporarily we also have to pass in the data structure notes just for now. It's a temporary thing because until we have the state library, I will use that. And then here, I guess this is how people do it, right? Notes. This is just like a database, and then this will be notes. Note. Actually, this is just ID in note. ID. Oh really? Yeah, probably my Prettier config is messed up. I think I'm using the default Prettier in my Vim, and I think my Prettier config is kind of very simple, so I will eventually have a better Prettier config there. So we will use it. So right now, as you can see, I'm just passing everything blindly to this thing. Eventually, we will just be passing simple IDs, and all the data will be stored in the Vuex thing. I know I think I've just only used it once or twice, so I'm kind of procrastinating on this thing. Okay, still works, right? Today. Okay. And because everything is the same, let's rename the sum of the things. Backlog. These are just my notes title. Ideas, games, whatever. So now, yeah, it still works. Okay, good. I think now it's good, right? It's very like flat structure. We have list of notes, and we can make this as a dictionary. I think that would make more sense instead of that. So instead of this, we can have that, and this one will be 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, and 6. But then of course this will crash because this is boards, and header is board and boards. This will probably become like object dot values boards. Can I do that? Can I call JavaScript functions in this thing? No. Okay, it's probably filter this one. Change object dot values filter. And actually, you don't even need this, because you can say board equals this dot boards, this dot active board ID, right? And just return B. And you can even return that. Yeah, a lot of progress now. We were able to kind of connect the routes, and also the Electron stuff is also working. So right now I'm rendering it in browser, but I can also say run it in a desktop browser. So it will just become that. Yep. So it's like that. And of course the styling and stuff we have to change, but you know, the basic things are working. My goal is that by the end of today, at least, we should have the browser capable of storing everything in the database, and also able to, when I restart the app, it should sync and kind of restore the data. And maybe able to add more boards here and add like notes. If I can do this much, that would be good progress today. And after that, we will be able to tomorrow maybe add like couch database connection, and also some user authentication, whatnot. Right? Okay. So, okay, back to the Vuex thing. So how do we do the Vuex? Let's just see, getting started or something. Does Vue CLI comes with Vuex? Do I have Vuex? Vuex, no. Okay, I had to restart. Yarn, is it called yarn? Add Vuex. Okay. And then you do this main. This one, and getting started. You do this. Man, this is so much more simpler than Redux. Redux is painful. Store.commit, and you pass the store here and store. Yeah, I probably didn't select it. I don't know. Also, have you used Vue 3? I tried using Vue 3 first, but seems like some of the libraries do not work nicely. Like I was using this called TipTap, this library, and for some reason it kept crashing in Vue 3. So I had to downgrade to Vue 2 to make it work. It's weird. They should have some backwards compatibility. Yeah. Oh, not this one. Okay. Mutations. So if I have a mutation, let me try to understand this. I can trigger a state change by just saying store.commit or this store.commit. That's also fine. So yeah, I'm probably going to be using this thing. Okay, so let's open app, and we can even cut this whole thing, paste that thing there, and boards as well. Boards there, and yep, we are doing that. Active board ID. This should be fine. And then we can say things like change active board or switch board, right? Switch board. And how do I get variables? So if I do this, state mutation store, okay, you can get the variable, right? So that's good. I like it. I like how simple it is. ID, state dot active board ID is going to be ID. That's fine. And then I will just be able to call this thing. And here, this thing is probably just going to be what I can do here is this dot dollar store dot commit to, oh no, what is it called, switch board to dot params dot board ID. Is this the right way to use Vuex? Or maybe there's a better way like dispatch or something. Increment amount. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Object style. Or this way, yeah, although I'm not that big of a fan of this kind of style. Well, anyways, so this is fine. And then we don't need active board. So can I do like this dot dollar store dot boards and this dot dollar store dot active board ID getters. Okay, I can do this main. I recommend making a mutation for setting a state called current board. Okay, so you mean I can set mutations like that? I mean, I'm definitely thinking of doing this way. So we can have like getters, right? And we can set, let's say, getter, and then we can say active board, right? And then we can say state.boards, and this is state.active board ID, which will always give you, and I messed something up. What did I miss? Line 55. Why? Did I do it this way? No. I probably have too many. Maybe one more. Wait. I have completely lost my mind, I think. No, that problem is somewhere here. Oh, the state. Wait. The state. Board. This is the state. And then you just need that. What is going on here? Did I? It's probably this and that and that. I'm probably making a very simple mistake somewhere. Mutations, switch, 30. Oh, app.view. This one, crap. Line number 36. This dot. Okay. Okay. Shouldn't mutations switch both to be a function? It is, right? This is a function. Or maybe I'm using it wrong. Like, okay, first let's do the getter. Active board should give you this, right? And then you can just say stores.getter.done. So instead of that, we can say getters.active board, and this should be exactly as before, but fine. Okay, let's do what you were talking about. Mutation. I mean, this is right? Isn't this how you do it? Actions. Yeah, anyways, I think it kind of works, so that's fine. Okay. Map getters. I mean, that seems a lot more complicated. I mean, this looks fine, you know. There's nothing wrong about that. Yeah, okay. Cool, thanks. Okay, so now we have all this bunch of things, and okay, now let's try to connect the thing, editor. So far this editor thing has always been like this, and if I just say, if I look into notes, right, the note does not have right. So what we can do here, data, something like that. And how about hello. Did I mess up something? Okay, so we have this, and then we can go to editor, and instead of having this content, we can say this.node.data. And if I refresh, either it completely crashes down. What did I do wrong? Data function, what? Is it just because of this? Data function should, oh, okay, I think I kind of messed up. You don't need that. What is that? Boards is not defined. Yes, that's correct. I guess I do need to have data. Boards, this dot dollar store dot boards. In fact, you know what? We don't even need this because we don't need to pass anything now that we are using header. So here, boards, right? Instead of this, let's do that, and we can have data return boards this dot dollar store dot. I like that you don't have to import Redux store all the time. You can just do dollar store. Why can't React do these kind of things? Boards, and then you can say object dot values. Okay, boards main. Two, three, four, five, six. What did I do wrong here? Duplicated keyboards. Oh yeah, you don't need this anymore. And of course you have to change the content stuff too. So no need to take the props and boards. This is gonna be data like that, and return. So content needs to return the active board, right? And instead, how about we make it computed? Active board, return this dot dollar store dot getters dot active board. Which computed that, and notes. Sure. I don't think we need to do this anymore. And active board. What's the error? Wait, what? I think I've completely messed up everything. Do I get the print? No. Notes is not defined. App.view. Notes. Yep. You don't need that. That's why we had that, but it's already gone. And sometimes you get that. Okay, so that's fine. Null to object. What? Error in data. Editor. Return. Data. Probably header. Notes is not defined, and oh, because it's a, is it a function? Is that why? Note equals to notes ID. Yeah, you're right. If I just not do that, can I print like hello there? Yeah, sure. See, it's so painful sometimes. Getters. Didn't I just say this is how you use getters? Getters dot done to whatever. Getter should be a function. Yeah, okay. That's what I did here, right? So it should give me state.activeBoardID. Okay, well, things are kind of fine now. And for some reason, the header is not working. Yeah, of course, because of this. Boards is not defined. What? I'm probably making something stupid mistake. Object.values. Don't I have boards? So is this? It's undefined. Why? What stupid mistake did I do here? Yeah, I do have store, right? And so do you mean that I can't access the store directly? Can I not do this in Vuex? Is this wrong? I mean, if that's the case, yeah, sure, I can change getter. Okay, so I guess I have to state.boards. Okay. This.store.getters.boards. Okay, so apparently you cannot directly access this value. Maybe because they want to keep it immutable, I guess. So yeah, sure. Editor. Editor. No. Content. Okay. And notes. So we also need the notes, and let's return this, and we can say notes. This.store.getter.notes. Why? What did I do wrong now? Failed to compile. Oh, it's yeah, sure. Oh, man, I'm sleepy. Okay, everything seems to be fine. Let's go and connect that to the editor. Or you know what? We can even pass just the note ID, right? Just pass that, and the editor itself should just get that value. Computed. Or we can say note data. This.store.getters note by ID. And we can say this.note note ID ID. So you don't need to pass this thing here. I can just pass that. And title, yep. So instead of doing this, we can say note data.title. And of course we need the getter. So let's go. We can say note by ID, state.notes, state ID, wait. Forgot a comma after notes. Yeah, thanks, I did that. I want to know like how to do computed kind of things. Oh, you have to like do this. So if you want to make a function, you have to return another function. That is crazy. You have to return this, and then you can get that store.getters. Yeah, I know. Okay, so still things work, and then and also the title works, so that means I'm getting stuff there. And now the question is, can I just return, instead of this, can I just say this.node data dot data? No. Yeah, I mean this. Hey, Achal, what's up? Now the question is like, so when this component mounts for the first time, we want to set the editor based on this data. But from next time onwards, we have to update it somehow. View access computed property in data. Is that right? Data return. What? Why? Chill out, man. Just relax. Everything is fine. Watch. I'm just making this thing, so I'm participating in the Launch Weekend Hackathon, where you have to take an idea and build something. And this time we are making like a to-do app. It's not to-do app, notes-taking app, which will kind of look like this when it's complete. So it will have like this, all kinds of boards, and then you can like create these kind of notes, and then you can write whatever you want. And I'd like to sync it between devices so that I can use it on any device I want. And so far, we have got some basic thing working here. Yeah. So, question for V has nice head. I want to use this data, right? I'm sure you understand this, right? We have this data. And I'd like to create the instance of editor when you mount this component. How do I do that? Because I can't use node data apparently inside this thing. So, okay, I guess we should refer to this place. Okay. Why don't you try node by ID this.nodeid.data. I see what you mean. You mean doing this directly here? Node by ID this.nodeid.data. Okay, but we still need this because we want to show the title. So let's do that. It actually works, but I have a very big kind of risk. The risk is every time I change it. Does that mean I'm re-rendering it? So if I do this, okay, so it's not re-rendering, which is good. I mean, you are more expert than me, so you are my guru now. Not going to lie, you don't understand it. What part do you not understand? You mean view? It's raining now. What I was scared about is that anytime you change something here, the data things. Yeah, so this data is actually coming from like a global store database, and we are trying to set some getters so that you can get the data from there. Is this going to have any type of DB? Yes. So we are going to use PouchDB, this one. And anytime the database, the value changes here, we will store it. But what I am concerned about is that, let's say I try changing this, right? Yes, yes, yes. We are going to change data as we type. And I have a feeling it's going to re-render everything, right? Like, I'd like to change this data by, let's see how to change it. Editor, content on update. I guess we can just do this. So instead of get JSON, let's remove that. And here we want to do like update vuex store, right? We want to store this data. New data. And what did I do here? So let's see. Change, which is fine. I'm getting that thing, and I'm kind of scared of changing it, but let's do it, right? Let's say we make a new mutation called update note data, right? Update note state ID and data, and just trigger it with new data. Should be enough. Okay, you know what? That's what we're doing. Let's do it. If I do this and I say state dot notes ID dot data equals data. What did I do here? What is it complaining about? Oh, because no error syntax. Sure. Okay, and here we can say this dot dollar store dot commit update note data. ID is this dot note ID, and data is new data. Oh boy, let's see. If this thing starts to re-render, then we have some problems. No? What happened? I'm trying to learn how to make 3D models, and it's hard. Well, yeah. Hey, look at that! Look at this beautiful notepad editor. Thanks. Thank you, people. Thank you. V has a nice head for all the tips. Look at that. And it doesn't even render again. So that's actually good, right? And because it's still in memory, I can go somewhere else. And when I come back, when we come back, okay, yeah, I see, I get it. Well, okay, one question is that why did it disappear? It's totally empty. That means, let's see, if I do this and come back, it renders these two components. It doesn't render this one, which I don't know. I have a feeling that we don't need to do it here. Is there something called mount, right? No, let's make it data and mounted. Is this like that? No. Mounted is probably an array. Okay. Console log the getter. Okay. Console.log. And you know what, just for sake, let's also have that return just temporarily, no data. No data is equals to title test and editor, just so that this stops complaining. Duplicate key for no data. Yeah, sure. Remove that. So I have one render, second render, third render. So it only renders twice. Okay. Do we have like a Vuex thing? Vuex DevTools. View DevTools. Sure. Add. Turn on sync. No, I don't need sync. I guess refresh. Maybe I have to close the browser. Oh, everything's gone. Great. Inspect view. Where's the state? UX. So boards, notes. This one, right? So let's change it. It's not changing. That's one problem. But I think the reason it's not changing is because if I just go back to this one, it will change. Right. So as you can see, this is hello. Updated. It did not change it. You're right. I mean, I said this thing, right? So I hoped that this, maybe my crappy JavaScript syntax did not work. So this thing will not work. Probably const data equals state.notes id.data. And you can even do that, I guess. And then state.notes id equals to notes data equals data. That yeah, sure, it's gonna be like that. So object hello. It's undefined. Why is it undefined? Yeah, it's actually undefined. So look at this, right? This is, wait, what? Why is it undefined now? UX. Hello. Wait. Can I like print things here? Can I say updating? Let's say ID comma data. Update. Whoa, this is undefined. Okay, I might have, you know. It's good to know that I'm not, something here is wrong. Get HTML. This is probably the reason. Tip tap get HTML. Maybe it's because of that. Changed. So this one has get HTML. Really? Why would it not work? I probably did something so stupid that it is shameful. Oh, really? Okay. You know what? Yeah. So the new data is actually correct. That means I'm probably messing up the way you have to call this commit message. So yeah, I'm passing it. I guess UX mutation pass params. Let's see. Okay, I guess you have to use the payload kind of approach, which means you have to pass this and you have to say ID and then data e.get HTML. For some reason you can't pass the thing, I guess. And then we come here, instead of that we get payload and then payload.id, and I think I can just do that now. Payload.id, payload.data. Thanks. Yeah, it was definitely the store issue. So I guess you can't pass multiple parameters. Okay, cool. Nice. It's good to have people checking my stupid mistakes. Good. Now, I think it's a very good time to dump all this data to kind of a PouchDB database. So let's do that. It's going to be fun, PouchDB. And let's see how, like, I'd like to do things. Setting up PouchDB. This thing we have already done. So if I look at this one, I was doing this kind of stuff. Let's put all that from there and put that there. So instead of kittens, let's say notes, right? And then import working with database. Yes. So we create a database like that, which is good. And debugging, no. I'd like to create option name options. Okay, wish you luck on the project. I have to head to bed. Wow. Okay. Well, it was nice talking to you, and let's catch up sometime again. Yeah, you can tomorrow you can check it out. I promise it's gonna be a lot better than this. And thank you for all the help. Bye bye. Good night. Okay, see you later. Well, working with documents. PouchDB is a NoSQL database, meaning you can store anything. That is good to know. So I can just do put, and it will just put the whole document in it, right? And then I can say, get me the notes, and you will get the notes. I'm trying to understand how to kind of do this. Okay, PouchDB and multiple tables. It's not couch, pouch. Me, no. I'm getting off my ass. That's correct. I am too tired of sitting. Yeah. But I just started working like at 3 or something, so I will try to work a bit more. And because it's raining right now in Tokyo, I cannot go out. I was planning to go for a walk or something. Today, my plan is that we should be able to connect it to a database and then be able to create like new boards and new notes and maybe delete them or edit them. That's it, right? If we can do this much, I think it's a good progress for today. And after that, tomorrow, I will try to set up authentication, and maybe connect it to a remote database, all kinds of things. And I will definitely dedicate maybe 1 or 2 hours tomorrow to kind of make it look a lot pretty. Right now, it looks like it's just crappy right now. So do not worry. Everything's gonna be okay. Okay, so that's what they say. PouchDB has no equivalent. That means you need to create your own kind of things. Let me try it, right? Let me just chill out here a bit. Let's create a new file. Let's call it lib.db.js, right? And this db.js will have all this stuff, and we can import that db from libdb and export default db const. Okay, and then we can say const db equals to can I make it a class? I think I can make it a class db, and we can make functions in it. Info, info, right? You can even make it constructor. Is that the right spelling of constructor? This dot b equals to this dot underscore db constructor. Okay, so then we can just say db, and can I print db? Or I can even do this, right? db and const db equals new db, and yeah. Sure, we get info, which is fine. Now what I can do is, let's say I want to have an init function which will just set up everything, right? So we can say this dot db dot, how do you write the data? db dot put bulk operations. Yeah, I want bulk operations, bulk docs. Okay, and what I can do, const test state, test state is this, and I guess I have to have ID here, like that. And we should have, because PouchDB does not have a concept of tables, we need to append everything with notes, right? This is just like a trick way to and this is going to be ID cgn underscore ID. Wow. And this one is going to be bold, like that. Don't you? Did I make a mistake? Yes, you need a comma here. I really need prettier. This dot db dot bulk docs test state. And what I'm trying to do is that if I call db.init, it will dump. What? Bulk doc does not exist? Didn't I just say? What did I write? What do you mean bulk docs of undefined? Oh, because it's underscore db. Nice. And now I can comment this thing out. and then we can just say db dot, can I do like bulk get all docs list, or you know what, let's do this, db dot all docs dot then data. Nothing fancy, you know, just trying to wait. db.alldoc did not work. Why? I guess you have to do include docs true, maybe. Did not work. Calling all docs. I might be doing something totally stupid. This thing yeah. I'm kind of confused right now. Why? Oh, okay, wait. Because this is so dumb. I was not importing the library, so of course it's not gonna. db.alldocs, yeah, of course it's not going to work, but this $db. Okay, so you have total rows, right? And notes and stuff, everything is there. Data.io. Okay, seems to be there. And if I just put that active board active which, oh no, we can say active board ID. Active board ID is going to be 1. How about this? Rows, that's fine. So yeah, you can see that we have somehow we were able to kind of set up the data. This means that we don't need to do this thing here. Instead, if I say kind of say get, probably you can't see that, get initial state. What this will do is, let's say d._db dot basically all docs, and let's make it async. Const response equals await got response, and instead we don't need to do that. P dot get initial state. Okay. Key ID, and of course this is not like improve performance, and include docs true. This will give you all the documentation, and what we can do now is just so let's say this const result equals that, and response dot rows dot for each row. We gotta do something, right? And if you look at the rows, we have the ID and the documentation and the doc, right? So and the no, yeah, okay, so we can say if you know what, I would say I guess I'm kind of tired, so I can't even think properly. If row dot ID active board ID, then you should say result dot active board ID equals to row dot doc dot active board ID. Good. Otherwise, this is basically and active board ID is equals to probably null, and then notes is going to be empty, and boards are going to be empty. Then we can see if instead of that we can return result and type, let's have board and the reason I'm putting types is because this does not have type notes. Notes, note. Yep. Type active board ID. Yeah, and by having this type note, I can kind of distinguish it. So if row.doc. Got it. This is empty, right? Which is fine. And if I also print the response, you will see that it has rows have this thing called, oh, it doesn't have it right now. Yeah, I really need a break soon. Otherwise I might go totally nuts. Notes, key, and type. I see you passed 50 followers. Yeah, I think I did probably yesterday or something. Thanks. Yep. And so far we kind of stuck. I'm kind of feeling tired now. This thing is so weird. This, is there any way I can clear the storage? I'm sure they have this pouch thing, right? Yeah, let's clean everything. So I'm trying to use this pouch database for, yeah, and now we have this type so that we can figure out what this is. And I think now if I say row dot, or we can even switch on the switch on row dot doc dot type. If the case is active board ID, then do this break. Otherwise, let's say you have board, then you can say result.boards, and you will put that row.doc. I think you can just pass the row.doc. Yeah. And what exactly should I put it in? That depends on the ID. So row dot ID. Okay. And if this thing is a note, then we can just pass it in the notes and row.id, row.doc. Now if I print the result, it should give me this. Yep. Works. That's good. And anywhere I was using this will probably become like a notes that. Because the ID now needs to have this element in it. Otherwise, it will just not work. Yeah, kind of works. Good. And then we should also return it, and no need to init anymore. and then we go to main.js. Yeah, so now if I just remove this, all of this, nothing. It will probably crash, that's fine, but what I would like to do is view x set initial state async. I guess you can't really do that. So the initial state, let's just do this initial state, which will be active. Board ID is going to be 1. Notes is that, and boards are that. Okay. So things are still crashing because I think switchboard and header are probably content.view. So active board, and what I can do here is if this active board. If you don't have an active board, then there's no point in showing anything. Good. Right. And next thing is we need to somehow mount this thing. Set the initial state. Mounted. Okay. So in this app thing, we can do this mounted, and when you mount, we can import the library main.js, paste that thing there. Whoa. Paste that. Mounted. Or you know what, let's keep it there. The only thing we can change is this $store .commit initialize state, and just this thing will be able to change it. So I can do a mutation. I can say initialize state, initialize state. Oh, but yeah, initial state, and then you can just say state equals initial state, and I still can't use this because we have to do that. And then we can say const state equals db.get initial state, and then this will be await this, async that, and commit state. I hope I did not crash anything. No. Mounting state I get it, which is fine. switching init state. I am initting state and active board. Okay, I see what happened. Probably the main.js board 1. No. Active board. And you know, if I refresh, active board ID, it's empty. Yeah, slightly. I would say if I was 100% at React, I'm about 70 to 80% right now. Because these kind of things I don't really refer anymore. I know these things already, so I can just do it in React. But right now I have to go through the internet, try to find answers for everything. Yeah, well, yeah, it's a good, yeah, kind of, sure. Set user. Change full state in view X mutation. Replace the whole state. Yeah, that's what. Because what I'm thinking is that I'm saying init state and I'm passing all this nonsense data, so it should be set. Not really. Like, I still have to use Vue for my freelance project, so I think it's a good thing to learn. And I find Vue, in some sense, to be a lot simpler. The only reason I'm stuck is because of my problem, not Vue. I think Vue is totally, I would say, exactly as competent as React. It's just that I am not perfect in it yet. But, you know, that's how everyone practices, so that's fine. No issues. But right now I'm stuck because why? Okay, how about this? I say initial state and give me the current state. Okay, I guess I have to change it manually. Dot active board ID equals to initial state dot active board ID notes boards notes boards. I was reading Angular has a lot more feature than React, and Vue has more than React. And why is React the most popular framework by far? I don't know. Why do you think Angular has more features? I mean, it's not like that. I mean, there are better frameworks out there. People don't really switch that much. Yes, there is a very vocal minority of people who
are always jumping between frameworks. But I would say majority of the developers, they just stick to one framework and then they just use it, right? If maybe it happened was Angular came first and then React came, but Angular was having this kind of switch from Angular JS to Angular 2 and 3. And during that time, many people probably got pissed off at Angular because it was such a big change. And that time, I think when you start using a framework, you don't change it that often, right? And maybe someone picked up React and it became popular. And now people don't want to switch. I have used Angular now, and it's very good, right? It's a good thing. It has all the features, and maybe it has even more features than React, but I'm not going to switch my entire code base to Angular just because they have some extra features, right? And I think that happens with every big company or whatever, right? You're not going to rewrite your entire stack. And I find that once you become comfortable in one framework, you can achieve any feature in that framework, right? I don't know all of Angular, but I'm pretty confident that if I need to get something done, I can do it in React. That I'm 100% sure. There's no way I will be stuck and say, oh my God, I use React, so now I regret it. That doesn't happen. State. Board. Notes. Maybe I need to clear the storage once more and go to the database again and do that again. In Angular, you need TypeScript. Maybe that's why hindering some people. Yeah, it could be. I also kind of feel a lot lazy and resistant to using TypeScript, even though I like it. And I have used Tailwind in the backend and I love it. Like, it's awesome. Tailwind has saved me so many times. It's just that I feel like, I mean, using it in the front end is a very big commitment, and I don't want to add it. Yeah. Active board ID. I think board 1. So let's refresh, reload. Well, at least this is working. And for some reason, well, no, I don't want to send feedback. Got undefined. So I think the header is not working for some reason. Let's see why. This $store.getters.boards, and I'm pretty sure we don't need that. It's a what happened? Mounting. It's observer. Let's see what is in the view. It's empty. Why is this thing empty? Shouldn't this be calling this thing in its state? In its state. In its state. initting state. It is changing initting state, but yeah, I mean, it kind of is fine. And what if I go to 2? And what if 3? It does not change anything. Board. Wait, why is it active board? I might have active board ID. Wait, what? Oh no. Or can I do board 1? Okay. I guess I need a break. It's completely out of my mind right now, and I think I'm not able to think properly. I think this we need to like revisit this whole database layer, and it's important for us to kind of figure out how to do it nicely, because this is going to be actually board 1 and db no notes kind of like this becomes notes dot, and board becomes board dash, and okay, I need a break. I'm going to take slightly longer break this time, maybe go for a walk and stuff, kind of clean my mind. It's for some reason this thing is not taking the database values, and I don't know why. It just needs some I need some fresh start on this thing. So yeah, well, let's wait. Stuff. Okay. I gotta go and read about the pouch database. I don't know. I mean, I'm trying to get the data, and then I'm trying to, when you change the data, it should re-render, but it's not re-rendering. I think I either have wrong data or maybe my state is wrong. So I'll try to maybe read more about Vuex and maybe PouchDB and then try to change it. But definitely by the end of today, I'll try to finish the database layer. The database should be able to read all the nodes, should be able to update the nodes, maybe add boards and add notes and delete them. Once that is done, then we'll try to add authentication tomorrow, and everything's gonna be fine. So please like and subscribe. I don't know how to do that in Twitch, but whatever. Okay. So yeah, I'm going for a break now. And I hope you guys also take some break, chill out. Okay, goodbye.
All right. So, what happened yesterday? Um, I was planning to. I worked in the first half of the day, and then I took a break. Then after that, I got some. I wasn't feeling that well, so I skipped working on this app yesterday. So yeah, I didn't make much progress on it. The best thing I did was just to have the basic setup, and I'd like to just focus on that one first. Yeah, of course there are some issues, but can serve. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, let's just begin. There are many things that we have to do, and because we are kind of lagging, because we didn't finish yesterday's item, we have to kind of double work today. And what is it? 8080. Okay. So one thing, yesterday I kind of researched a bit more about Vuex library, and what I found is that mutations are not the good way to do it. What you usually need to do is you have to kind of commit things. So instead of having these mutations, we want to have actions. And let's call them actions. And in the actions, you can have things like init state, right? Data, right? And then you can say state.commit, init state, and then data. That's how you do it, I think. And the same thing with this, you can have another one which is called switchboard, and this will be ID. No, not stir the commit. Let's look at the Vuex actions. Context.commit. Yeah, I think so. You have to get the stuff here. So state like that. You can commit on that thing. I see. Okay, so instead of that, we can even do commit here like that, and this will still work, right? And switchboard will be switchboard, and the data is going to be that, which should be fine. And then we can have update note data, commit, update note data, and then ID, we can have payload, and we pass the payload there, right? Because the idea is that you should not you should not do mutations directly. You should always send messages to the Vuex layer, and the Vuex layer should do that. And another benefit of doing it this way is that you can see the messages in the thing. So let's go and start seeing what we were doing. So instead of that, if I just do dispatch here, this should be fine if I can type dispatch properly. Switch board. What else? Header, store the getters. We can also have special kind of getters. So we can have like board list, which will be state. I can say object dot values, state dot boards, right? And then we can import this special thing called map getters from Vuex, I think. And then data, you can say map getters takes an array of board list. I think that's the way to do it. Or how about this? Instead of that, we can have that and that. So you don't need this, you don't need that. The same thing we can do here. Instead of that, we can say map actions from Vuex, and then actually I don't need any actions, so that's not gonna work. In fact, we can even do this. Instead of doing this init state, you don't even need any of that. What we can do is this kind of nonsense. So yeah, commit init state, and because it can be async, so that's one benefit of having actions, is that these can be async. You don't need this. So instead of mounted, you can just call that. You don't need that. And you can just put that thing at the top, which will still work. And okay. Even this, I feel like move this to, I don't know, store action, right? So we can do this, and then content, probably content is also going to have something active board. Yeah, see, this is a good place to have map getters, and then we can say Vuex, and instead of that, we can say map getters active board, which will be the same thing. So next time if I refresh, we still have to figure out why that thing is not working, but anyways, let's keep going. Editor, node by ID, computed, and instead of doing this commit, we should have dispatch. Dispatch right, which is okay. And then let's go back to main.js. I think, of course, we will kind of refactor this later. Factor this back. And how about we have board one kind of thing? I like this style. db board dash becomes board underscore, and nodes dash becomes nodes underscore, or nodes actually node underscore. Yeah, that is okay. And node 1, 2, 3. What I'm not able to understand is active board ID, node 5,